Thank you, Chris and Nancy, and thank you all very much for coming. It is wonderful to see every one of you, to see not only the people obviously who served with us in the administration, but to see the tremendous leaders of the environment in New Jersey, and to see, by the way, the best Senate president I ever served with, John Lynch. It's great to have you here, sir, today. I always think that if you're going to look at who's running for office, you don't just look at what they say in the campaigns, but look at who they are and what they've done. And when I ran, I think I'd sponsored or co-sponsored probably every piece of significant environmental legislation for the 10 years I was in the legislature, not only the creation of the DEP and the wetlands and all of that, but a number of almost every other bill as well. So you were dealing with somebody who, if elected, was probably going to follow the same course that I'd followed for a number of years. In other words, be very sympathetic to things that were involved the environment. I'll give you one vignette from the campaign. The campaign manager and some of the campaign operatives didn't like me talking about the environment in the campaign because they thought I was a little bit further over than the average Republican primary voter on that particular issue. And so they tried to keep me away from environmental organizations, and the only way they found to do that was not to tell me about them. So if I got an invitation from an environmental group to speak, but there was a woman who was an old friend of mine, who was an old friend of yours, called Helen Fenske. And Helen found out about this, and found out about the fact that the campaign wouldn't let her near me. So in those days, I still do, I listen to opera and things in the car, and in those days, a tape recorder. So on my front doorstep in Livingston, at least 3 times a week, I would find a tape from Helen, which I would then put into my machine, and Helen would be saying, "This is something you ought to know about. This is an environmental gathering you ought to stop by." And I remember my campaign manager saying, "How the hell did he find out about that?" And, of course, when I get into office, you both have proactive things that you want to do to help the environment, and there are reactive things you have to do. I had a reactive one the day I was elected. The leader of the New Jersey State Senate at that point, the Senate President, Steve Persky, came in to see me and said, "Well, now you're governor. The first bill we're going to send you is a repeal of the Pinelands Law. We've got an overwhelming number of votes in both houses." And they had a letter from the Reagan administration guy, a fellow called Watt, whose resignation I'd called for in the campaign, and 2 or 3 New Jersey congressmen who said they lent their support to getting rid of the Pinelands Law. And I remember telling Persky, "That's not what I'm going to do," that I'm in favor of the Pinelands Law. He said, "We may be able to give you your first override." And I said, "Go ahead." Well, I never got the override, but it struck me right away that it's not only what you got to do to push the environment forward, but it's defensive moves you got to make to preserve the gains you already have. They never were able to make headway on the Pinelands in my administration, and actually, gradually they stopped trying. But you were able to do something not because of yourself, but because of the people you surround yourself with. And I'm absolutely convinced that if you surround yourself with the brightest and the best, men and women who have your opinion or are willing to support you on issues you care about, that you can get a lot done. The best thing about my administration was the people in it. We had really, some of them are in this room, but we had top-notch people in almost every area. And if we got something done, it was not because of the governor, but because of the work of those people. So, Chris, with that, I'd like to turn now. Chris is one of those people who served in a number of capacities, and everything he did with class.
Thank you, Tom. Welcome, everybody. As you may remember, for those of you who were around the campaign, I was the guy that traveled with Tom during the general election and campaign in 1981. And I had the benefit of listening to those Helen Fenske rants also. If you hadn't had that opportunity, I really hope you saved some of those tapes, Tom, because they are part of the historical record of wandering these roads of New Jersey, listening to Helen carry on about one issue or another. It was pretty entertaining, I have to say. And Nancy, you mentioned that you were revising the website. I thought you were going to start to say that we were going to do a revision of the Kane years or something today.
No, we don't want to do that.
So today's sessions are going to be, think of it a little bit like speed dating, because as you look here in the agenda, we have a number of topics to cover, and we don't have a whole lot of time. So I'm going to try to be fairly rigorous and disciplined about the fact, by my count, we have about, and I'm going to probably bleed over a little bit into the lunch hour since we got a little bit of a late start. And we have about 20 to 22 or 3 minutes in the morning session, and we have less than that in the afternoon. We probably have under 20 minutes per topic. So we're going to start each topic with, we've identified a few people to just kick off each of these topics, and then a little bit of a free-for-all. So if you have comments or something you want to add, we'd welcome you doing it. Let me just add that for those of you who are keeping score, Paul Contillo, and they mentioned Bob Huey, Jane Kelly are going to be here later. Larry Weitzner, I'm not sure what happened to Larry. Why he's not here, but he's on the list. And the other person who has actually a card there, Brenda Davis, is going to be coming in by phone for the afternoon session. She is out in Montana and wasn't able to come, but she's going to try to plug in by telephone. So we're going to hear from Brenda a little bit later also. So with that, let's begin. The first topic, the Superfund Environmental Cleanup and Responsibility Act, the right to know. We're going to ask, in Bob Huey's absence at the moment, Mike Catania to kick this off and give us a little bit of an intro. As you know, that was the first major issue. The Superfund law was signed into law by Jimmy Carter in December, I think, of 1980. So it was at the very, very end of his administration, and so it was inherited by the Reagan administration. And in 1982, when we all came into office, was just really the beginning of the Superfund program, and it was the defining initial issue of the Kane environmental year. So, Michael, it's all yours.
Thanks, Chris. I guess it's appropriate. I'll start with a very short story. When I was Director of Regulatory Services and then Deputy Commissioner during the Kane administration, Bob Huey would have a funny way of kind of teaching us to get more experience and kind of throwing us into the deep end. And I remember going to my very first press conference where I might actually have to speak. It was on the dioxin situation that we'll be discussing later. But just as we're walking into the room with all of the cameras and all of the press there, Huey looks at me and says, I've got to take a phone call. Can you cover this for me? And I looked at him and said, you son of a bitch, I can't believe you've done this to me. And he said, well, you didn't have to worry about it, so, So I find myself back in the same situation this morning with Bob stuck in traffic somewhere and having to sit in for him. But we'll see how well he taught me. One of New Jersey's real claim to fame, in addition to everybody asking which turnpike actually you're from, is that New Jersey is known for having more Superfund sites than any other state. And a lot of people assume that's because we have more contamination than any other state. That's not necessarily the case. What is the case is that we made a very conscious decision, very conscious policy decision, early in Governor Kane's administration to actively pursue money to clean up Superfund sites. Because of our industrial legacy and the Rust Belt that roughly parallels the turnpike, we had more abandoned and orphaned hazardous waste sites than we knew what to do with. These were really getting in the way of environmental and public health issues and getting into people's drinking water, really affecting their lives, also affecting our economy because it was really a dramatic problem to try and overcome, to redevelop our urban areas. So we sat down and we said, okay, if there's a federal program that's going to put up money out of the Superfund to clean this up, we want to be at the top of that list. So we sat down. We had a task force across the department to rank sites. We ended up originally proposing 103 sites. Shortly after that, it was increased to 110 sites, and we had them all over New Jersey. There were old municipal landfills that had accepted liquid hazardous waste. It was kind of oozing into the groundwater and the surface waters. One is not far from here, right by Exit 9 on the Turnpike, the Kimbuck landfill. When I first started my career, I remember tractor trailers of hazardous waste backing up to the top of the landfill, opening the petcock valves, and orange gooey liquid coming down into the Raritan River. So that was the kind of the mindset and the situation we're dealing with. On Earth Day in 1980, to celebrate, chemical control exploded. I remember Jerry English was scheduled to have a ceremony to start the cleanup, and the site exploded. So, I mean, you couldn't pick up a newspaper without reading about some terrible hazardous waste site. Some of them were active industrial facilities that had poor practices, which may have been legal in the past, but they just dug a pit in the back and filled it with hazardous waste and covered it over. Some of them were places that had bucolic names that sounded like farms, where farmers decided to make a little bit extra money and just take a little bit of hazardous waste in on the side. And others were simply abandoned sites, former industrial establishments that people had walked away from a long time ago. So when we first sent the original listings in, I think EPA thought we were a little bit out of our mind because at the time, most of the other states were hanging back because they weren't quite sure that this was something you wanted to do, to have the notoriety. But Governor Kane, I give you a lot of credit because, I mean, you decided very early on that it was better to acknowledge the problems that we had, to vigorously go after federal funding. And this is probably a good time to point out, too, that New Jersey had been prepared for this. We actually had enacted a version of Superfund on the state level, the Spill Compensation Control Act, in 1976. Ironically, we thought at the time it was to protect us from offshore drilling and waves of oil spills coming in like the Santa Barbara spill. And in fact, it was used since then most often for land-based spills. But the state had the foresight to come up with a piece of legislation that imposed strict liability and joint and several liability and treble damages. And it gave DEP incredible tools to order people to clean up, or we could use public dollars, send them a bill for 3 times the amount of that cleanup, and they would not get to argue about that until everything was said and done later on. It was an extremely coercive and powerful tool, and it let Governor Kane's DEP do some outrageous things that probably today we wouldn't have gotten away with, quite honestly. The second piece of that kind of puzzle was the Environmental Cleanup Responsibility Act. We quickly realized that even with the federal Superfund, there were not enough dollars to go around. And the Superfund process was a fairly lengthy process of studying things, and that we had to find ways to deputize the private sector. So a piece of legislation was introduced called the Environmental Cleanup Responsibility Act, ECRA, as everyone came to call it, which basically said that if you had a certain industrial classification code, you could not transfer the property until you either proved that it did not need to be cleaned up or you signed a cleanup order. And it held the buyer harmless and imposed that liability on the seller, and it allowed DEP to actually void those sales. And what a lot of people didn't realize immediately, it also deputized the banking and mortgage sectors and the title industry sections to basically be unwitting accomplices in DEP's cleanup schemes, because with the threat of avoiding the transaction and the placement of what we called a super lien on the properties, no person would extend a mortgage loan in their right mind unless you were in compliance with the statute. So it was the first of a series of efforts to try and get the private sector involved in working closely with government in enforcing environmental laws. I remember sitting in my offices at the time when ECRA took effect, and everybody suddenly realized they had to comply with it. We would get calls from virtually everyone in the legislature saying, a constituent has a transaction that has to go through, can you put it on the top of the pile? And for the first 6 months of ECRA, we basically spent lots of time moving the pile around and doing very little actually cleanup work. I remember Ray Lesniak had been the sponsor of the ECRA law, and Ray would call 2 or 3 times a day, and I'd say, okay, I've reshuffled the pile 2 or 3 times today already. The one that you told me to put on the top of the pile today, is that still at the top of the pile, or should I put that in the middle? And so people quickly realized that this was a huge undertaking, and it had a big impact. But the long-term impact was to really address and prevent the creation of another whole generation of abandoned hazardous waste sites. Years later, the legislature would amend the law and rename it the Industrial Site Recovery Act. And today we have the Licensed Site Professionals Act, which lets the private sector certify that cleanups are done, because it immediately placed a huge burden on DEP to oversee all of these cleanups. And we had at the time about 11,000 sites that we were tracking. That's a huge amount of sites, even with a growing staff and a growing budget at DEP. The other thing that was really important about that was the partnership that developed with EPA. With 110 sites on the national priority list, which is what the Superfund list was called, we quickly had to reach an agreement with EPA about who would take the lead on sites. Both agencies had overlapping jurisdiction under federal and state law. And to have both agencies involved in every Superfund case was going to be a serious problem. So we would have regular meetings to coordinate, and we would divide the sites up, and we would agree that the state would take the lead on this list of sites, and EPA would take the list on the lead on other sites. That worked reasonably well. We did sometimes disagree on the remedy, and I think the state was often more aggressive about requiring financial assurances before we would allow someone to proceed with the cleanup, because we got burned a number of times early on by people who basically told us whatever it took for us to stop spending public dollars and limit their liability for treble damages, and then they would simply allow the cleanup to grind to a halt.
So, Michael, let me ask, if I may, right there. Dick Dooling at the time was the Deputy Regional Administrator at EPA and had long been there. Probably was, I think, the longest-serving Deputy Regional Administrator, perhaps with the exception of Mushinsky afterwards. But Dick can give you the perspective of the Kane environmental work on Superfund from the EPA perspective. Can you take a minute and just talk about, particularly the point Michael talked about, the collaboration between the two agencies?
Yeah, I got to say one thing, Chris.
Sure.
Just to, the reason we got so much money was that the other states, it wasn't that they weren't ready, they didn't want to spend the money. There was matching required.
Right.
And the other states didn't want to spend the money. We were willing to spend the money as a priority. As a result, I think 1 year, unless I'm wrong, we got 90% of the federal money because the other states just weren't willing to spend the matching funds. So we really benefited.
Yeah. Dick?
One of the things, Governor, that you did that changed the scope of what we were able to do in DEP, at that time you gave us $200 million from the surplus. And that $200 million from the surplus allowed us to sit down with the PRP, possible responsible party, and say, if you don't do it, we will do it. And let me tell you, it's going to cost you more money. And that gave us the leverage to sit down with the state, with the responsible party, and we set up a system of setting up consultants that would do the work for us, and we would do it, and then we had them come to the table because they didn't want us to do it, but it was the money that you offered us and provided us, that $200 million, which gave us the leverage. EPA gave us little leverage. In fact, EPA was in the position of saying, we were going to have an issue of declaration of the number of sites. You can't have that number of sites. That's crazy. What are you people doing? Then we had the drum dump program, which was the previous to the Superfund site, where the state went out and we used our emergency response capability, where we were limited to $1 million per site to clean up all the drum dumps. And the drum dumps were backyards, were in Newark warehouses, were trucks that were just parked at any place, and then we had all these drums to clean up. So we believed that the state was on the right track. We thought at times they were a little bit crazy and aggressive, but they had the money. And they had the legal ability to go in and take an action, and we didn't at that time.
What a lot of people didn't realize was that in addition to just physically going out and cleaning up, the state had to create a whole new procurement system. We had to identify and pre-qualify contractors. We had to set up a contracting system. There were two gentlemen in Purchase and Property and Treasury, Giulio Mazzone and Jim Rosenberg, that we worked with. We had a special deputy attorney general that actually sat in the hazardous waste section. We reorganized DEP to have a hazardous site mitigation administration to kind of move this forward. There was really exciting days, because in order to kind of make this happen and make that threat real, you had to have a contractor that was capable of going out pretty quickly. And up until that time, that capacity and that expertise simply didn't exist. So a lot of that was kind of made up as we went along to kind of get this into play. The other thing that happened in the legislature, and Dan Dalton was here, was the chair of the Senate Energy and Environment Committee at the time, moving a lot of legislation, was something called the Worker and Community Right to Know Act. And Governor, this actually kind of harkens back to, you sponsored a piece of legislation called the Environmental Rights Act, which gives private citizens the right to sue government or someone regulated by government if they don't think their rights are being protected. The Worker and Community Right to Know Act has a parallel in federal legislation, and then Congressman Florio passed it at the federal level, but it basically requires people that store certain hazardous substances inform the community. Emergency responders, so that if they're going into a building, they know what kind of chemicals are there, but also the citizens at large, so they know what kind of things are being discharged, being emitted to the air, and being stored on site. And that basically empowered local communities to kind of step up and question the things that were going on in their jurisdictions. It made for some pretty raucous public hearings, and when we would release the annual list of what was being stored at different locations, a lot of people had no idea that they were living in close proximity to horrible, unpronounceable chemicals that had just blown up and killed thousands of people in India and things like that. But again, it was a conscious part of really bringing public attention and media attention on the problem that New Jersey was trying to administer. It made for some really tough administrative nightmares. Once you let people know that they were being exposed to these things, they wanted the government to act immediately. And the one thing we quickly learned about Superfund, it was not inherently a quick process. You had to do a lot of detailed studies. The experts could disagree on whether you had fully characterized the problem. The experts certainly disagreed on what the remedy was. Under Superfund, we were funding technical assistance to communities to hire their own advisors. EPA was overseeing the program. The state had its scientists. So we would have a decision under Superfund on the remedy. It was called a record of decision. We would have record of decision meetings, and there would be 50 people in a room, and there would be at least 49 different opinions about what the best thing to do was. And most people simply wanted us to remove the soil and to take it as far away from their home or New Jersey as possible. And again, we didn't have the capacity to do that. We were in the process of trying to site hazardous waste facilities in New Jersey without much success. So this all got connected pretty quickly. And once we armed communities with that information and empowered them to be part of that decision, the pressure was really on both EPA, but particularly DEP. I remember when Peter Shapiro ran against you, Governor, he promised that he would, if elected in his first 4 years, have 50% of the Superfund sites cleaned up. And I had a friend that was working on his staff, and I said, you don't want to promise that. That's really not possible. And it wasn't. A lot of those sites are still not fully cleaned up, but we did address the more immediate circumstances, launched the studies so that we were also the first state to have a site taken off the list, in addition to all the sites we put on the list. But it's been a lot of years, and we're still dealing with a lot of those sites.
One of the other things I think we should speak a little bit about is one of the provisions in the hazardous waste program was joint and several liability. And that joint and several liability was something that, in addition to taking advantage of the opportunity to go for the money, we took advantage of it in the form of identifying, all you do is identify one responsible party. And that responsible party theoretically could be liable for the entire cleanup of a site. So knowing that we had in some cases multiple, and in some cases hundreds and hundreds of responsible parties, we did a very aggressive job of identifying 2 or 3 of those. It might be big participants in it, major corporations or whatever, and once you went after them, you could, because we were limited in resources, I mean, as much as we poured a lot of money into it, we were limited in resources, but you go after one of those and then you sit back and watch them hire all their attorneys to go find all the other responsible parties. So they saved us a lot of time and energy, but it was a very effective component and part of our ability to be as aggressive as we were and as successful as we were in chasing down the money. And I think we ought to point out again, that citizen participation component, there were so many pieces of this puzzle that had to work together, and the citizen participation was another one. I don't know, Cindy, were you involved in the citizen side of the hazardous waste cleanup, or were you were focused mostly on the ocean
Mostly on
side?
the ocean dumping at that time, yeah. This is amazing to hear the incredible, intricate, all the different pieces that were involved and how deep it went and the financing. It was incredible how it all came
Yeah,
together.
it did come together well. Dick, you want to add something?
One thing, Tom Burke is sitting across the way here, and Bob Tucker. One of the things that the state of New Jersey had was bringing science to the table in decision-making, to assist the governor, to assist the commissioner, whatever the case might be. In EPA, we had the scientists, but they weren't in the region to the extent, I mean, they were at headquarters, they were at the national laboratories. So the EPA had the ability and the availability of the science advisory groups that were within the state, and DEP had a science group that did nothing but focus on what was a, quote, safe level, what was the concern. Tom, you may want to comment on it.
Yeah, Tom, before you comment, these first three topics, I think we're gonna just sort of blend them all together because there are pieces of it that'll keep crossing. And so let's just keep this conversation going. And I'm glad you raised that, Dick, because the science component, and you start, Tom, and then let's hear from Bob as well, and the importance of it. And if you would also comment as you talk about it, how that played into citizen fears and concerns, because that was also a major factor in what we had to deal with from the emotional side as well as the scientific side.
Absolutely, Chris. And so one thing I wanted to add to the Superfund debate, and thank you, Dick, for bringing up the investigative side, is hazardous waste sites don't find themselves. Governor, you made a commitment to the investigative part of things and funded the science so that we had really the first statewide groundwater surveys. The state had the first investigations that really began to look at toxic chemicals in the environment. And the right to know law was based upon your survey of industry that gave us the right of entry to ask companies what they were using and what they were emitting into the environment. So we had the scientific basis for things, and I think it's important that one unique thing about New Jersey was the commitment to the investigations up front and the interpretation. Because as Chris said, we were in a fishbowl here that was fed by a little bit of hysteria because we had a nickname before you came to office of Cancer Alley. And we do know the epidemiology speaks to the fact that we did have some very high nation-leading cancer rates, and people were very concerned about that link between health and the environment. And we began to put the puzzle together, not only from a science perspective, but from a legal perspective, from an enforcement perspective, and the pieces came together really nicely. And part of that was Bob Tucker's work on groundwater.
So one thing, just again, putting in a second. Got a couple of legislators here. We're going into the technical and scientific work, which was wonderful. It was tough politically. ECRO was not a bill that anybody wanted me to sign, and I'm sure legislators got a lot of lobbying against it. Right to Know was a very controversial bill that a lot of people didn't want passed in the legislature and didn't want to get to my desk because they were afraid I'd sign it. And the legislators stood up, and they deserve a lot of credit for standing up on those tough environmental issues when it counted.
They do, and I want to come back to that.
And in those days, we were sort of bipartisan.
Right. I want to come back to that very point in a moment because that's the next piece that I want to move to. But Bob, let's go for the science.
So I think that's really important, Governor. The groundwater and drinking water study led to legislation that Dan was very instrumental in getting through the legislature that we call the A280 program for the Assembly bill, but that Dan got it through the Senate. This led to provisions that required water companies or municipalities to report any kinds of contaminants to their customers. And of course, we in the department had to figure out the risk of these contaminants and identify them. And we created a board, the A280 Institute, I think it was called. Richard Sullivan chaired it. And over several years, we went through meetings looking at the risk of specific contaminants. But this is just one illustration where the scientists were really innovative. Michael suggested that the department was ready to put all these sites on the Superfund list. But as Tom said, we had an investigative procedure to identify abandoned sites early on.
Just stick to this point for a second. I was the point person in the governor's office for dealing with the emergency side of things. I was dealing with the state police, and I used to say fire, flood, and famine. I was the guy that got to work with Bob Huey and Richard Goldstein and anybody else who happened to be in the line of fire. And I can remember the reaction from citizens was one that we had to pay attention to. Talk a minute about the difficulty of understanding risk and how that the risk communication side for things that have chemicals that have really long names that people can't even pronounce, and then they get really scared about the fact that they think that if they're exposed to it for walking by the Superfund site, they now have a risk of getting cancer. But that's not how it works. And yet trying to communicate that in a situation where there was literally press and other hysteria around this is something we should talk a little bit about.
We developed a program that included risk assessment, risk reduction, and then risk communication. And you're right, trying to deal with communities that are facing a hazardous waste situation is really important. And the outrage factors really need to be dealt with in addition to the scientific information. But the scientists did have some really successful instances where we worked with the communities. Jane Galetta, who led a citizens group in South Jersey, helped us with the whole situation in Union Lake, which had been contaminated with arsenic from Vineland Chemical. And somehow, I think the department got the Union Lake area through Green Acres funding, and then found out that the dam needed to be fixed.
Arsenic and old lakes, we call it.
Old lakes, right? Tom, did you want to speak at all further to that, too?
I want to talk about risk communication because we did some pretty sophisticated science. And I remember walking the streets of Newark with the governor, and then we were out there in contaminated communities. And he had many, many press conferences. And there was one person, well, Dick Dooling was great at this too. I would bring the science to Dick, and he would say, Tom, say it in English now. Okay. What does this mean? And Don Graham the same way. And I had mentors as a young scientist in DEP, and it was very important when visiting with legislators that we can translate this stuff. And I remember, and Michael reminded me of this press conference. We were investigating contamination up near Rutherford. I forget the town that one facility was in, but there's a kind of makeshift press conference, and someone asked the commissioner, how do you spell 2378 tetrachlorodibenzodioxin? And so my big debut on the international stage was like a spelling bee. Risk communication was challenging, but again, we had a commitment to that because whether it was at a legislative hearing or a tough town meeting in Ironbound section of Newark, we had to be prepared to translate that science.
It was also important to know that at this time, science was able to measure parts per trillion of contaminants. Scientists at DEP and EPA were trying to set maximum contaminant levels. Today, we still only have 20, 30 of them. So there were many more scary chemicals that you could measure in the parts per trillion, and we had no idea what the action level should be. I remember at one public hearing, Dick Dooling stood up and said, I'm the commissioner of DEP, and if I tell you that this water in this glass I'm holding up is contaminated, who will believe me? And everybody raised their hand and said, sure, you're the commissioner of DEP, we trust you. He said, okay, this other glass here, this is perfectly safe. Who believes me? 3 people stuck their hand up.
And it was us.
Yeah, and it was, we all worked for Dick. So people, they want to know, why isn't government protecting me against this? And, if you did a water test, you get this long list of priority pollutants, plus 30 other peaks on the GC mass spec that nobody even knows what they are, much less what the level is that could cause harm in human beings. And we're struggling with how clean is clean, whether in your drinking water or what to leave behind on a hazardous waste sites. You're really out there on the frontier in a very political setting where people are, justifiably scared. And holding up their children saying, is my child's birth defect the result of this? Who's responsible? And that's why, to go back to the governor's earlier comment, I think the fact that there was bipartisan support in the legislature was phenomenal and, frankly, just crucial to doing this. I mean, we had Dan Dalton and John Bennett and Ray Lesniak and Maureen Ogden and John Lynch and lots of others who would basically give the department the benefit of the doubt, provide political coverage, and continue to pass legislation. And when we went over for oversight hearings, kept us from basically getting lynched because, these problems were not problems that were going to get solved overnight, and we were literally working through them, as the public was already concerned.
Take one comment, and then we're going to shift over to legislate. So, did you have a comment you're going to make on this? Okay. Let's move to that legislative piece a minute. Between Doc Verlaine and Dan Dalton and John Lynch, who are the three who are here representing.
Bob.
Oh, I'm sorry, Bob Shin, of course, was a legislator at the time. I'm thinking Bob is the former commissioner, right? But Bob was Mr. Solid Waste.
Mr. Garbage.
That's right, exactly. Or Mr. Garbage, right. That's right. But I think we should talk about a couple things with respect to the legislative side. One is to underscore, which is so different than what exists today, and that is the bipartisan nature of activities. And that isn't to say that there wasn't plenty of willingness of both parties to fight one another when the time came, and to really be pretty ugly about it sometimes. But at the same time, in the end, people got together. And it was not only on the area of cleaning up some hazardous waste sites, but we did have the Environmental Cleanup Responsibility Act. We had the Right to Know. We had a number of pieces of legislation that made it so that overall, during the Kane years, I think it was probably one of the most voluminous and productive in many respects times in our history in the state in terms of environmental protection. So if one of you or several of you could speak to that. Dan, you want to start it off as the chair of the Senate Environment Committee?
Well, I guess the couple things that I recall about the Kane years and going into the Kane years is that the government, the regulatory side, seemed to have a long way to go in order to catch up to the private sector side and the industry side. And so what we were attempting to do, and obviously the governor and his cabinet deserve a lot of credit for this, is we were attempting to sort of catch up and try to catch up as quickly as possible. Because not only did we have a very real problem from a substantive perspective, but we also had a problem, obviously, from a political perspective, because we all lived in these neighborhoods. And whether it was my neighborhood in Gloucester County, John's neighborhood, I'm sure Paul Contillo's neighborhood, these were all serious problems. And as a result, we had to find a way to address those problems. The second thing that I recall about it, other than sort of the times that we were in and sort of trying to catch up to the industry and to the science, is what we were trying to do also is we were and the governor and his administration created an atmosphere where there was a lot of cooperation. In other words, Dick Doing and I may have had some disagreements, or Bob Hewitt, et cetera, but the bottom line is we were trying to get the job done. We really were trying to move the ball forward as far as the regulations ability to sort of get a handle on these issues. And so that was important. And I think all this caused for us to understand that these issues weren't partisan issues. They were issues that we all had to deal with, whether there's no Democrat landfill, Republican landfill, there's no Democrat, toxic waste problem or Republican toxic waste problem. And fortunately, when I was serving in the committee that I chaired, we had people on that committee, and Paul Contillo and Kathy Costa and Bill Gormley, who was the ranking Republican, and it was all about moving the ball forward. It really wasn't about let's show each other up and let's beat each other up politically. It was about these issues are issues that we're playing catch up. So we really don't have the luxury of trying to beat each other up on this stuff. Yeah.
Probably assisted by the fact that, and you alluded to it, these sites were all over the state.
Yeah.
They were in all kinds of
Yeah.
communities. I found out, years later, I used to play King of the Hill on a little site near my house. Turned out to be a Superfund site that was asbestos. So I spent years wallowing around on an asbestos pile, unbeknownst to me. And other people have similar stories. And I was in a suburban area. We think of it a lot of times as in these in urban areas where a lot of sites are, but the fact that it was so widespread added to the ability, I think, or to push people to be able to work together some as well. John, did you want to have any comment on it, or Doc, or Bob?
I just want to make one comment with regard to the administration. It was alluded to earlier, and that is that the Kane administration had a real open door policy. It was easy to get cooperation. We left up Alan Karcher to do all the and that sort of covered that partisanship end of it. So it made it a whole lot easier to facilitate the passage of legislation, to get a better understanding of what the issues were. And I think that generated a whole lot of cooperation. I don't know whether you could really do that today, but the environment was correct because of the way the administration handled things.
Bob?
I'd be remiss if Dick Dooling reminded me of a siting facility. Siting
Hazardous Waste Facility Siting Commission.
Not the commission. This was, DEP had looked at some technology for an incinerator at Mount Laurel, affectionately known as the trophy site locally. And it was in an industrial building, and it had, I think it was European technology for an incinerator. And DEP wanted to hold a hearing and called down to the county to see if we'd like to be involved, and we could lead the hearing if we wanted to. Very dubious honor bestowed upon us. And so I looked at the technology, and it looked very good to me. It was high temperature incineration, and it was decent technology. And sometimes even the best technology, if it doesn't have an owner who can present it properly, gets into serious trouble. And this was the case. We had a hearing in Mount Laurel, had about 500 people there. That I don't think any one of them was for the technology. And I knew the owner at the time, and I told his attorney, who he was represented by, don't let him talk. If we have a question, we'll ask him specifically for the question. And he was a person who was so emotionally involved with his technology, he couldn't contain himself. So there was a whole discussion ensuing about the potential of an explosion in this incinerator. And it went on to about 3 people testified. And the owner jumped up and said, "You don't have to worry about that. We've tested it for explosion." And the next question was, well, how'd you do that? "Oh, we threw a hand grenade in it." Talk about a hearing group being speechless. There was a silence over the whole group. Nobody could believe he said that. And I think the total outcome of that, I think DEP put a 5-year marketing agreement together with Trophy. If he could sell that technology in 5 years, I think that the 5th year it closed. And so it gave him his technology ability to continue that. No more hand grenades, but continue the technology. And I don't know whether any ever sold, but those kind of hearings on siting are not unusual. And part of the problem, and we got into it as landfills as well, is you've got to be able to cite state-of-the-art facilities to solve the problem.
Yeah.
and discourage transportation into your state with New York and Philadelphia, or you're dead by inaction.
So let's talk about that piece for a minute, because a key piece of dealing with these sites was how you're going to get rid of the stuff. And of course, nobody wanted it to get to there was that whole series of issues about, well, if it's no good for you, why are you shipping it to my state? And then came the whole area of, well, let's talk about how to destroy the waste. And so the Hazardous Waste Facilities Siting Act, I guess, was the original act, and that created the Hazardous Waste Facilities Siting Commission. I know Dick and John certainly was later involved in it as the chair of the commission.
No, I was involved in the progeny of that, the low-level radioactive waste.
Oh, of course, the low-level radioactive waste as well. But let's talk a little bit about that difficulty and how we addressed it in the administration. Does anybody want to kick that one off or speak to it?
Well, the legislation they created was a bill called S-1300. It was sponsored by Pat Dodd, who was then the chair of the Energy and Environment Committee. And it was a good example of the legislature kind of involving a lot of stakeholders and coming up with a piece of compromise legislation. Pat went on to become chairman of the commission, and they went around the state trying to identify large sites for either land emplacement facilities or incinerator facilities. Rick Jamella was the first executive director, and everywhere they went, they were really popular people, as you can imagine. They did pick a handful of sites.
Who was the first chair? I forget who it was.
Pat Dodd was the
right?
first
And he was hung in effigy, I think, many times.
Yes.
Pat was an old friend of mine. I mean, I came from Livingston. He came from West Orange. We'd known each other forever. So when he took this one on, I said, I said, thank you very, very much.
He was delighted to take that on. He thought that this was really how democracy ought to work. And the commission did designate a couple of sites that were eventually never developed. One was in Linden. There was supposed to be a special turnpike exit built to service that right next to the GAF chemical facility and the PSE&G generating plant. And another was down in Morris River Township, a large site that was owned by Waste Management. Neither of the sites were ever developed. And that process took about 7 years. We spent a lot of money. We tried to provide incentives for towns and all kinds of criteria to make that decision. And eventually, nothing ever got cited.
Well, that, of course, spawned the whole area of pollution prevention and stopping waste at the source before it's generated. And New Jersey, I think, was the leader in the country in the Pollution Prevention Act. And Dan, I don't know who sponsored. Do you remember that whole debate about it, or does anybody recall? I forget who sponsored the Pollution Prevention Act in New Jersey.
I'm going to claim that responsibility. And I think that, again, Chris, we thought that was the next step. You know, we had attempted to identify the problems, and the next thought was, well, we're obviously not citing anything. We're not being able to dispose of anything. So the thought behind it was, let's try to minimize pollution at the source. So that was, and that was, you know, again, working with the folks at DEPE, because a lot of that was just, we were breaking new ground from a science perspective. And we're going in and we're attempting to tell the private sector, you know, this is what we got to minimize, and this is what you have to minimize. And so it was that was a difficult task.
So go back, Bob, go ahead.
I think one of the major aspects of that, minimizing the waste, is to look at a multimedia approach. You know, previously we permitted water or waste into water or into air, or into soil, but the pollution prevention program led to eventually to single permit activities with industry, and looking at trying to minimize the waste at industrial facilities led to pre-treatment. I think that was part of the whole business, but it really was a revolution in the way we dealt with hazardous waste.
One thing relative, you mentioned before, the EPA, the DEP coordination and what have you, the attempt by the federal government was to delegate to the states, the authority to do the water program, the air program, the RCRA program. Many states did not want delegation. New Jersey willingly accepted delegation. And what happened here was that the legislature had to change some of the laws to make it conform, and you had to get these agreements between the federal government and the state government before you could delegate. And then once the delegation occurred, the state then had the ability to put into their permits all these requirements for pretreatment and the regard for other approaches. I mean, one good example is groundwater. The EPA program never issued permits, discharge permits, to landfills. The DEP issued discharge permits to landfills because it discharged the groundwater. Even to this day, EPA doesn't have that. So I'm just saying to you, the state was thinking at a higher level initially than the federal government, because the federal government didn't have those problems.
So what we're saying was the leachate from the landfill had to be permitted just like the waste stream from a sewage treatment plant or
That's
anything
right.
else.
That's right.
And,
It was a
and
pipeline.
right, exactly,
Part of the pipeline.
to treat it as a pipeline.
And then also, the state, we'll get into that later, stopped the sludge application to landfills. I mean, that was part of the program. Where are you getting the sludge from? Well, we're getting it here, we're taking it out of the treatment plant, and we're bringing it to Edgeboro. We're putting it on the Edgeboro plant, which gets into the groundwater.
Right.
So the state took some very aggressive positions that EPA applauded because of the willingness of the legislature. I mean, and you can speak to this probably better than I, but we had New York, New Jersey, Virgin Islands, and Puerto Rico. You never met with the legislature in New York. Never. You didn't know who they were. You certainly knew who the legislators in New Jersey
That is
were.
actually a very good point. In all the time, in the 4 years I was regional administrator, which were 84 to 88, so it was sort of the middle year, or toward the end of the Kane administration, but I never once was invited to New York, to Albany for anything, and I testified a number of times in the New Jersey legislature, or my staff went down for one reason or another.
I was there for 20 years and never met them.
And,
I used to know the people, Dan and Bob Shin, because that was part of the relationship that you had between EPA and the state.
I want to go back to a point, because this is where I want to bring in the citizen question again. Cindy, this is actually, the whole issue of waste disposal was a key factor in a bunch of the ocean activities that you and Doc and other people were involved in, which was a lot of people still felt that the way to get rid of some of this waste was to just put it on a boat and ship it out. And we had several things. One, and we'll get to some of this a little bit later, but talk about it from the standpoint of as these hazardous waste sites are being cleaned up, one of the things, if you remember, there was the concept of a burning it at sea. Do you remember the old ship to burn it at sea? At sea incineration, exactly. And Joe, you may be able to speak to it from a reporting standpoint, but I can remember one thing I told Cindy the other day. I can remember going down, and it speaks a little bit, Dan, to the point about industry being ahead of things, but at the same time not willing to do much about it. I went to the Count Basie Theater in Red Bank for a hearing on the at-sea incineration. And I was regional administrator, and I was frustrated because we had no place to take waste. I mean, we were being just driven by the public to get these sites cleaned up, clean them up, and we got every avenue we turned to get rid of the waste was cut off. So we said, okay, let's try this, a research burn it was. And it was all to see whether or not you could successfully burn this waste at sea. So I said, as a responsible public official, I have got to at least look at this issue. So I went down to the Count Basie Theater. I will never forget that hearing because there were a whole bunch of people in that audience, and in the back were a bunch of people from industry. And I got up there and I defended the idea of a research burn, much to an opposition to Cindy and some of her colleagues. And those industry guys sat in the back, and not one of them got up and spoke during the entire hearing. I took a pounding, and those guys walked off, and I left that and I said, I get it now. So, Cindy, why don't you and Doc speak to that issue of Go ahead.
Well, it was the Vulcanus, right? These were the name of the Vulcanus ships that were coming over from Europe. Europe was phasing out of ocean incineration over there, and the United States, hey, we've got these great ships we can sell to you at cheap, and we've got this great idea. Let's just concentrate all of the toxic contamination in port areas, which are very vulnerable, and there's eco-justice issues there, and then we're going to ship it offshore, and we're going to burn it. And I think, that at that time we were right on the heels of having all the medical waste and all the sewage washing up on our beaches. So people were very sensitized to the ocean issues. And it was just, sort of I think it was kind of a culmination of the environmental community saying you're not going to find somebody's backyard to really just dump it into. We're going to have to really fix the problems. But it was the leadership and it was of Doc and the other coastal delegation that really kind of supported the governor in kind of saying no.
Doc, you want to speak to that?
Just a little, Cindy was always the one to call our attention to the problems that came up environmentally, and we were happy to have her with us.
Just speaking to your mic.
Oh, yes. But Cindy was really at the forefront of every argument we had with people who wanted to pollute. But in those days, it got rid of whatever the poisonous material it was, and if you put it on the ship and dumped it at sea, it was gone. It got forgotten forever. It was the sludge dumping, and the outfall lines were 100 yards offshore, and we really had a pollution problem. But thanks to Cindy and the short delegation, Walter Kozlowski and Dick Van Wagner and Gene Bedell and all those guys, we kind of stood together, and we gave the EPA and those kind of guys a really good welcome. They came to Monmouth County.
Oh, it was a good welcome. It was indeed a good welcome. Gary, you haven't said much about this. You were head of policy and planning at the time in the governor's office, and particularly in those early days. Did you have a perspective from the governor's office? I was deputy chief of staff at the time and doing a lot of work sort of on the ground with these guys, but
what I remember is that it was sort of one emergency after another. When you mentioned the low-level radioactive waste, Governor, you may recall meetings with the Northeast Governors Association where we tried to designate one of the other states in the Northeast as the repository of radioactive waste. But I think that the perspective that stands out to me is that it was a time in government when, although there were tensions and there were political rivalries, there was an uncommon quality of cooperation between the legislators in both parties. I mean, I can remember anecdotes that made that stand out, but I think that was the characteristic of at least the first term when I was there. We had cooperation on some of these difficult environmental issues. We had cooperation on the first Transportation Trust Fund, which was a historic piece of legislation. And it's the kind of bipartisanship that we all long for today and lament its passing. But I think that's the recollection and perspective I would offer, Chris.
Thanks. Joe, do you have any comment from the press standpoint about any of these issues?
Well, I mean, I know
that was one of the later of a series of environmental threats that cropped up in the 70s. Remember the floating nuclear plants? The PSE&G guy who was in the shower one day and dreamed up the idea of 2 nuclear plants 12 miles north of Atlantic City, about 3 miles offshore, and all the. I think there were over 60 wells drilled for oil and gas. We didn't know. There was a dome called the Baltimore Dome that they said it could have been like an Arab-level field had it had oil, but it turned out to be a bust. They do have a lot of gas out there. I think one day they'll probably drill for gas out there. So the ocean incineration was part of a series of threats that developed, in the early 70s on through. So I think probably in a way it benefited from the fact that there were these other threats that preceded it. And because people were mobilized, guys like Doc and Len Connors and Hazel Gluck and Gormley and Steve Persky, I mean, a lot of people were mobilized along the coast. There were a lot of active, Derry Bennett and Cindy, and other environmentalists. Tom was down in Brigantine. So, I think in a way it benefited from the issues that preceded it. And one thing that's sort of sad today is a lot of this activism and this interest is just sort of dissipated as some of these threats disappeared. And I guess that's the inevitable, as environmental policy becomes taken over by the bureaucracy, and I guess that's sort of inevitable. But, that is a development. Chris, can I just make 2 points?
Yeah.
Where we're still, because we're probably going to leave hazardous waste soon.
Yeah, we're going to keep going.
I just want to test the governor's memory. I don't expect you to remember the exact column, but I got a column here, Governor. 887, little known cleanup bill could have long-term impact on environment. And I quoted you saying that you thought more than even CAFRA or the freshwater wetlands policy and other issues, that your greatest legacy was going to be ECRA. And at the time, nobody even knew what it meant. I had to explain the acronym. So I just wondered how you felt now in retrospect. Do you still believe that?
I believe it's one of them, yeah. The ECRA cleaned up more stuff than anything else. And that was why it was so tough. That's why I was commending the legislature passing it, because it was, I'm amazed. I mean, today, I don't know, with all the money spent lobbying and everything else, whether the legislature would be able to get this through. Because basically saying that you had to clean up your own mess no matter what it cost before you sold the property, that was a very far-reaching and tough law. Another guy in the legislature is not here, obviously, passed away. Byron Bayer was enormously good on that one and very helpful. But it was, I think that cleaned up as much in this state as any other measure we could possibly have done, and I do think it's a major part of the legacy.
But remember, wasn't there a initial backlash because the Environmental Cleanup Responsibility Act had required people to actually clean it up before transferring title? And
Yes.
if I recall correctly, in the first year, the number of commercial transactions suddenly got enormously backed up, so that there was very little commercial real estate being traded hands, and it took the ISRA law, the Industrial Site Recovery Act, to straighten that out and put it in place, Michael, the way I think you said, which is you then had to have a plan at least in place with responsibility laid out. So even a buyer then could take the responsibility for the cleanup, but it was in a negotiated setup. So, and it led actually to a lot of the brownfields development work, where what I spent a lot of my time in after leaving government, of buying contaminated properties, and as you bought them, you would cut a deal basically on the purchase price that allowed us to do the cleanup. Because if we left it with the seller, it was often a long, drawn-out process. But if the buyer would take the responsibility and then cut whatever financial deal so that you had the financing for it, you were much more motivated as a buyer to get it cleaned up and to get it redeveloped the way you wanted to. So while it was a great law, but it was so strong that it had that backlash initially that had to be corrected.
I remember also, obviously, as we've said, when you close a landfill, and we close a lot of landfills, it means there are less and less landfills to bring garbage. And the expense, which we had to consider taxpayers, of not being able to dispose of that garbage locally, but instead of having to truck it out of state, was an immense consideration. I mean, I thought long and hard about that one as governor, but this is going to put a real expense on, basically, I know we were helping out with state aid and all of that, but nevertheless, put an enormous expense on local taxpayers, and it got more and more expensive, but it was environmentally the thing to do, and we had to do it, but it was I had some comments it became a part of an Ohio campaign at one point where the candidate for running against the incumbent governor said basically, Kane's dumping all his stuff here. If I'm elected, we're going to shut New Jersey down. So it was a tough one.
Yes.
Make one other point.
Yes.
I wanted to tell the governor about an example of how the politics of inclusion manifested itself through the aggressive cleanup practices of the administration. You probably don't know this story. That's why I wanted to say it. This seems like a good forum. Back in the late 70s, a young freeholder named Dick Squires came to me and said, later to be county executive in Atlantic County for 20 years, Joe, I know this dump site over in Pleasantville. I want you to go take a look at it. It's pretty bad. So Dick takes me out on a tour, and it turns out to be the Price's Pit hazardous waste site, which ultimately becomes number 3 at the same time Lois Gibbs site was Love Canal was number 1 at the time. But what was significant about it wasn't just, the thing that drew in Discover Magazine and ABC World News Tonight was the fact that Atlantic City had just opened up all these casinos, and this thing was going to destroy the well field. So the water supply of Atlantic City was threatened. So all these news crews came in for that reason. But what mattered most to me was that there was a pattern of a lot of these dump sites that they tend to be near poor minority communities. And so the victims of a lot of these dump sites tend to be, black families. And so I got to know this guy named Melvin Johnson, and real nice guy. He worked on the dump site. He operated a bulldozer. And so every day he would go out there, be exposed to all these toxins, benzene, toluene, hundreds of chemicals. Walk across the street, go to his house where he had a shallow well, and he would make coffee, and the same chemicals would get in his coffee. When Melvin died of cancer, he had 8 tumors. And the great benefit of all those programs is that because of the mobilization, all the families in that neighborhood got city water, on an emergency basis because of those programs. So that at least Melvin Johnson's grandkids were protected, going forward. So that's, I wanted to give you like a small human example of the impact of those programs.
And again, to the credit not just of the administration, but to the legislature and the folks who supported it from both parties. It was a pretty remarkable period of time on this issue. Dick, were you going to say one?
In line with that, in terms of both parties supporting it, the Superfund sites, we had a lot of, when we had groundwater problems in the water supply, we had to put in a water supply line, and we worked with EPA on that. And the one I remember in particular, this family had showered and took water from the firehouse for a year and a half. So we went to a public hearing, I think Mike was at it with us. It was in Central Jersey. And we basically said, the water line is going in. And we will have the water line in 2 weeks. And they said, well, when are you going to hook us up to the house? We said, we can't hook you up to the house. What do you mean you can't hook us up to the house? Well, we can't make a permanent improvement to your home using any money, federal money or state money. So if you have a water supply, your house is worth more. So I remember sitting there with Jerry and Mike and saying, guys, this is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. We're telling these people their problem is solved, the water is 20 feet away, and they can't get to it. We came back, I think Mike came up with the idea, we came up with a loan program where the individuals could get an interest-free loan for $12,000, and we got it through the legislature in 2 days. And that solved the problem.
I wanted to follow up on something Joe talked about. And Governor, we brought you a lot of bad news there in the first few years.
Especially on Friday afternoons.
That's right.
I remember a lot of Friday afternoons.
Everything happens at 4 on Friday. And we worked a lot of Saturdays because of that. But so I'm a researcher now. I'm down at Johns Hopkins, and New Jersey actually was on the cutting edge 30 years ago. And we did things here that were really the first measurements of a lot of these conditions, whether it was the groundwater contamination, but we were the first state to profile toxics in our drinking water. And I think it's important that everyone realize we now have an opportunity to look how far we've come. because we had A 280 and we have the Safe Drinking Water Act and we have 30 years of information. So being a little bit of a scientist here, I actually got a grant from EPA to take a look at the changes. When you look at emissions of toxic substances, when you look at the water quality, the surface water qualities, when you look at ocean water quality, when you look at particularly our drinking water, there have been tremendous improvements. And we're talking about substances that were recognized carcinogens back then, 30 years ago. So I think millions of New Jerseyans have had their health really improved and protected by many of these things that we're talking about as isolated incidents today, but that together, taken collectively, have made a huge change in the risks faced by our people here in New Jersey and the public's health.
And by extension, across the country, as other people followed what we did.
I remember the era of the administration for really innovative programs, including our geographic information system, which started, we had a young man who was a computer jock, and he started his own mapping program, which later led the department to go out and buy a mini computer, a Prime mini computer for $500,000, which a laptop would run rings around now. And Michael was a strong advocate within the department for us going out and getting the computer and a commercial GIS program to do that. But during the years, we also had a number of other research programs and collaborations with academia. I think we funded a number of programs for Bernie Goldstein's Environmental and Occupational Health Sciences Institute to get up and running. And then he became a NIH Center of Excellence. But a number of smaller research programs then were followed by federal research programs to that institute. And we developed relationships with academic researchers that stood the department in really good stead. Mike Gotchfeld later led the Mercury Task Force in the department. We'll get into the dioxin in a minute, but there was an Agent Orange Commission that Peter Kahn and Mike Gotchfeld directed, looking at dioxin levels in people that served in Vietnam. They developed a relationship with a researcher in Sweden, Chris Rappy, who was the pioneer in developing parts per trillion detection of dioxin. And we were able to use that relationship to get fish tissue analyzed. So I think, as Tom pointed out, these were really years where we were doing cutting-edge research, and we had the support of the administration and the legislature in order to do it.
I'm going to go a little bit out of order here. We're going to hold solid waste for now. Let's go to dioxin, since you mentioned it, and it's part of this whole hazardous waste story. Tom, why don't you start us off from the standpoint of the department?
So I saw Dick Dooling out in the parking lot. I've been down at Johns Hopkins now for 23 years. It's great to see everyone. I vividly remember 30 years ago, almost this time of year. Remember, Governor? So I had asked Bob Huey and Paul Arbison. We had a very unique Office of Science and Research back then. They reported directly to the commissioner. And as scientists, we had really probably unprecedented access to the governor's office to discuss scientific issues. And there was this place out in Missouri called Times Beach that was in the national news, where there had been an EPA buyout and all kinds of presidential level news. And I started a research investigation with a very small amount of money out of the Office of Science and Research, where we, Bob and I and others, systematically looked at New Jersey industries to take samples, because we knew we had the same kind of facilities that were out there in Times Beach that would have the same reactors, the same still bottoms, and we just wanted to make sure we were protecting the citizens against this. And I am on a New Jersey News special on ocean water quality. And I think Doc may have even been the other guest, because we're looking to the new season, and isn't it going to be better? We won't have any poop on the beach. And I get a phone call while I'm in the green room that the dioxin samples are back. Now, Dave Schratweiser, as some of you might remember, was a very aggressive news reporter, and he was always wanting to know what was going on with the DEP. I did that entire show talking about good news about the ocean, knowing that I had gotten a phone call that we had levels way beyond Times Beach up there in the ironbound section of Newark. And I spent the next day going up with others at DEP to brief Dick Dooling and begin to formulate our response because we were now the new host state to the highest levels of dioxin found. And in fact, it was this investigation that led to really national attention to the issue, but put us in that spotlight, as we all know around this table.
Anybody else want to speak a little bit about dioxin?
Sure.
Dick has a slide he may want to show us too about dioxin at one point, but go ahead.
Dioxin. I remember that slide. For those of you who don't remember, the governor of New Jersey has extraordinary powers on a normal basis, but he also has an emergency powers that were originally passed by the legislature after the Second World War that were intended to address things like civil insurrection, attack from Pennsylvania, and all kinds of things. And we got it into our heads that the dioxin situation was so important that we went to the governor, we recommended that he declare a state of emergency and trigger his wartime emergency powers, which allowed us to we took depositions of people on the 4th of July. We closed parts of Newark down. We closed the farmers market down. We closed Brady Iron and Metals down. And we launched a full-scale investigation with EPA as our partner to try and track what had happened. And it turned out that there was a facility called Diamond Shamrock on 80 Lister Avenue in downtown Newark that had made Agent Orange for the Air Force during the Vietnam War. And when the war was over, basically all of the chemical sludges got left in the tanks, and they sold them to Brady Iron and Metals, which proceeded to send some summer interns over without any protective clothing and torches, and they cut it all up and they moved it around. And we started tracking this stuff all over the ironbound section of Newark. At the time, dioxin was rumored to be the most carcinogenic substance on the planet. I learned how to spell it after.
It was known in the press as deadly dioxin.
Deadly dioxin. 2378 TCDD. And so we're in the throes. I mean, we spent the entire year of 1983 on the dioxin investigations, looking at other places that manufactured products that could have dioxin as a byproduct, forcing them to sample, and then negotiating a cleanup consent order with Diamond Shamrock and the successor corporation, Occidental Petroleum, Occidental Chemical, actually. And I remember at the time, we inserted, Governor, after a conversation with you and I think Gary, that we reserved the right, we did not give them a release from anything that happened to Passaic River. Because one of the things that our investigation showed was that, lo and behold, there was a big old smokestack in the back that had an explosion and it toppled into the river. And we figured from that and the runoff from the site that the Passaic River was likely fairly contaminated with dioxin as well as lots of other horrible stuff. So we accepted from their release, we reserved the right to make them clean up the river. If you pick up a newspaper today, we're still arguing about, can you dredge the river, what's going to happen.
So 30 years ago this year, that would be. And just as an example of what we talked about earlier, where is that waste today?
It is sitting
on the banks
in shipping
of the
containers
Passaic
at
River.
80 Lister Avenue because there's no place in the country that's licensed to take it.
Right.
We had, you want to talk about public hearings? We went to the Roosevelt Arms public housing project on an August night with no air conditioning. Governor, you sent Clint Pagano in with a phalanx of state troopers that lined the hallway, and we walked through them. Ken Gibson, when he was still mayor of Newark, chaired the hearing. People were making a run at the stage. I remember George Tyler, who was an assistant commissioner at DEP, who looked white as a ghost, and Ken Gibson was teasing him about, nobody takes over my meetings. I'm mayor of Newark because I take over other people's meetings. And people were getting about 2 feet from the table before the undercover cops would be grabbing them and dragging them away. And we had a deputy commissioner of health, Alan Copeland, who was explaining to a largely Hispanic crowd the dioxin symptoms. And I remember him getting up and saying, dioxin gives you something called chloracne, which are pimples, after you've been exposed. And he would get up and say, esto es un pimple. And then ask people.
Risk communication was
this was rudimentary risk communication. And then he would ask people, how many people in the room think they've been exposed to dioxin? And all the hands would go up. And they want to know, when are we going to get it out of here? It was surreal.
It was. I can remember having to, as deputy chief of staff, going in with the same sort of help from law enforcement people. But Ken Gibson and I, and who was the head of Newark's police? He went on to the Police Institute in Washington. Really good guy in Newark. But anyway, the police director, Ken Gibson, and I had to tell the citizens down in the Ironbound that we were closing the swimming pool and the farmer's market. And I thought that we were never going to get out of there. I just thought, pardon me?
Hayes Pool. The Hayes Park?
Yeah, the Hayes
Yeah.
Pool, right.
Yes.
Exactly.
Gary
Exactly.
was-
Gary?
Governor, I regard the night that they announced dioxin had been discovered probably as the turning point for the first term, because I remember Greg Stevens saying to you, "Come on, Governor, we're going to Newark." And I always regretted missing that night because he said you wound up behind a bar and bought drinks for the house.
Governor, you have to tell that story. It's amazing.
But Governor, you should tell everybody what happened when you got up there that night.
Yeah.
Well, the first thing I did, because when you first came and briefed me, Huey and others, people I knew would be terrified. It had been the front page of the newspapers about Times Beach being closed and abandoned and everything else. It was a terrifying kind of thing. And I thought, and if the word ever got out there ahead of time, before we were able to put certain things in place, that there'd be a riot in Newark. There'd be panic. So, and then we got the story that Mort Pye of the Ledger had the story, and we don't know how much of it. The only time I ever did this, I called Mort Pye, and I said, "I got to ask you a big favor." He said, "What?" I said, "You may have a huge story, and I'm asking you not to print it today. But I will tell you that you will get, once we get the ducks in line, that you will get first crack at the whole story, and we'll make our people totally available to you." Now, to ask an editor of a newspaper to hold a big story against all their training, and Mort paused for a minute, and then he said to me, "Governor, I don't think we have all of that story quite yet anyway. It's probably not quite ready to go. Probably ready to go tomorrow or the next day." And I said, "All right." So that was a big deal, that he held that story until we had gotten the DEP with our game plan and our people in line. And going down to Newark, remember, I'm an Essex County boy. I knew those people, or a lot of them. The chief guy in the farmer's market had been a fellow called John Francavilla, who had been mayor of not Colwell, but the next town. No, it wasn't Colwell. It was Fairfield. He was mayor of Fairfield when I was in the assembly, and I knew him very well. He'd been probably my campaign manager in the town. And he said to me when I got down there, he said, "I can't take it. You know, with farmers market, we don't have a big marginal profit. If you close me down, I may have to go out of business. I've had this business for 30 years." And it was that kind of experience. But going down there, calling Ken Gibson, saying first telling him about the problem, and then telling him I want him to come down with me. And walking around into some of those homes with Tom, I think you were there, a number of others, and was surreal.
We're
Because-
walking down these cobblestone streets in Newark with EPA and DEP technicians in spacesuits, vacuuming the dust between the cobblestones while people are sitting there in sleeveless undershirts drinking a beer on the porch, and the governor's going door to door asking, "Can we have your vacuum cleaner bag to test it?"
Yeah, I would not. Somebody asked me, said, "Would you get in a hazmat suit?" I said, "No." That I'm not going to tell these people everything's all right and wear a hazmat suit. But going down, people who had lived there all their lives said, "How long has this been around?" I'd say, 30 years or something?
Since the 60s.
Yeah, and 60 years? And they said, "I've lived here for 50 years. I'm fine. My kids are fine. What are you talking about?" So you had to explain to them that. And then try to, as I remember, the problem was if the thing got flying around, as long as tapped down. It was all right. So explaining that all to them, and then getting the aggressive questioning, and then I did end up, because if people said, well, the neighborhood center around here is this bar, so I said, all right, I'm going over there and see who's over there to talk to you. And so I went to the bar, and of course people had a drink or two, so there were a little more frank with some of their questions. And finally I got up on the bar and gave a speech from the bar about what was going on, answered questions, and then finally I said, I'm a cheap guy, but I said, I'll buy you all a drink.
The governor's not telling you, this is the Lisbon at Night bar, blue-collar bar in the Portuguese section of the Ironbound. He gets up and offers to buy a round and throws a $5 bill down on the bar. Bartender looks at me and Tom and Jerry Burke and says, you've got to be kidding me. The three of us had $37 between us. Didn't even come close to covering the bar bill, and this.
I never carried more, still don't.
Dick, did you have something on you want to say? You were in the middle of it.
Particular incident, and I think it goes back to the governor being there himself. I mean, that was significant. I was with EPA at that time, and I happened to be down in Washington, and I get a call from Bob Huey, and he said, I need your help. We've got to take a corrective action now, emergency action in Newark. I said, you're kidding me. And Ann Burford was the administrator at that time, and Boom Boom Lavelle was the head of hazardous waste. They had never spent money. The regions didn't have authority to spend over $10,000. And I got a blanket approval. I came back and I met the governor, and that was the first time really I was talking with him. And we started vacuuming the streets of Newark with equipment that I have never seen before, and then starting the testing program and getting all the testing done. But it was we were vacuuming the Pulaski Skyway, going down into Newark. My most memorable time was after we identified where the material was, and we did find some in the cracks of the pool. When we reopened the pool on a Saturday, I was there swimming in the pool with the people to prove that this was not a death threat. But I'm just saying to you, there was the ability to be able for me to say when I was with EPA, let me tell you guys, the governor's in a bar right now. I have somebody talking to him, and they need our help, all right? And that was where his personal involvement got EPA off their butt to provide monies, which was, at that time, they were holding it.
Imagine that level of commitment, a DEP commissioner floating in the pool. One thing we should also mention quickly, and then we're going to move on to another topic, but with respect to the dioxin, that also led us to find dioxin in a number of other locations in New Jersey. It was not just Newark. It was in numerous sites. And
Patterson, I remember walking Patterson streets.
Yeah, so Tom or Michael, I think, or Bob, somebody can speak to that about some of the other locations.
Well, we'll never forget the summer of '83, because Michael and I, EPA scientists, after Time's speech, along with our Office of Science and Research, put together some potential sites that had made insecticides and things comparable to Agent Orange, but also things like hexachlorophene that we knew were contaminated. So we had to go to some pharmaceutical locations as well and conduct really the most extensive testing ever done for dioxin. And so from the town of Clifton, where we made another site visit, and the governor went door to door with us, down through the industrial corridor where there were major manufacturing facilities, we really conducted the most extensive testing for dioxin. We didn't find things quite as horrible as the site in Newark in terms of those levels and potential contamination. But I think we really developed a way to have an industrial investigations unit that worked with EPA, that had the authority to do emergency removal and containment. And plus, Michael and I met all kind of interesting people. Do you remember a particular incident? Yes.
Arnold Livingston ran several companies and ran something called Chemical Insecticide in Edison and another warehouse in Somerville. And I remember having a public hearing in downtown Somerville on a hot summer evening, and the health department sent Dr. Bill Parkin, who is the state epidemiologist, to answer people's health questions. So, people were just now the dioxin's here, we're really worried about our families. And as they're listing their concerns and demanding the state to take action, Bill leans over to me at the public hearing and says, would this be the right time to tell you that I'm a vet? And I looked at him, I said, Army or Navy? He said, no, horses and cows. And I said, these people don't need to know that you're an animal doctor. You are Dr. Bill Parkin, the state epidemiologist. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it, and I suggest you do too if you want to get out of here live tonight.
Shortly thereafter, I was transferred by the governor to the Department of Health to become deputy commissioner.
No connection.
The other location.
If there was any comfort to be had in this situation for me going on, it was Tom and the science people. I mean, having people I totally trusted telling me what the real story was from a scientific point of view was enormously helpful. I mean, I didn't always like what I heard, but it was just to know that I was getting the truth and could act basically on the science was just enormously helpful.
And for what it's worth, when I then went from being deputy chief of staff in the governor's office over to run EPA, what we did in those first few years set the standard for how I ran the EPA. I mean, I literally was driven by making sure that the decisions we made at EPA were based in science. And it was because of the experience, because I don't have a scientific background. My background's in education. And when I got in there and was working on that, I mean, it was clear that we were going to use science as a foundation for the decisions that we made. And it literally was from this experience that came. Bob, you were going to say something about other sites.
The other locations were really in the aquatic environment. And in fact, Michael, in the consent agreement, got Maxis Energy, which was the successor to Diamond Shamrock, to fund research. One of the researchers we funded was from Lamont Dougherty, Richard Bopp, who later went to Rensselaer, but he was a geochemist who did cores in the Passaic right off the site, Diamond Shamrock site. I remember a couple years later, we went to a scientific meeting, and a consultant for Maxis Energy, Dennis Bossenbach, and his crew presented data showing that there was dioxin all over the area in small amounts, trying to say that Maxis really wasn't the big source of dioxin. Well, then Richard Bopp got up and presented his data with cores that he had used fallout, strontium and barium fallout from the nuclear tests in the 50s to date the cores. So, and we had him dead to rights on exactly how much dioxin was in that core. I later read a transcript from a court showing that they had a pipe coming out of the Diamond site, that it was exposed at low tide. And if EPA or DEP investigators were in the area, they would turn a valve, and so it wasn't as apparent that that pipe was putting material into the Passaic River. The consequences, the river's polluted, Newark Bay has contamination. This came to be a real problem in trying to dredge. We even found some contamination down at Nad Earl when they were trying to dredge the naval base there. So the consequences of what Diamond Shamrock did, spread all over.
So let's use that to move to the last major hazardous waste issue, which was radon. And on that, Michael, will you kick that off again a little bit, and then?
If you thought dioxin was scary, at least it wasn't radioactive. And my knowledge of chemistry had already been severely tested. When Tom comes to me one day and says we have evidence of radium contamination, I started learning about daughters of noble gases and things like this. And basically there had been an old watch factory in West Orange?
Historical, U.S. radio, very historical occupational health case where women who painted the dials. Yeah.
To make the dials on the watches. And fill material, tailings basically, to produce this glow-in-the-dark material have been used for fill for housing developments in Montclair and Glen Ridge. And so we started our investigation, ended up excavating around all these houses with federal and state dollars, and then discovered that there was no place to take the radon-contaminated soil. Dick Dooling and I had some wonderful meetings trying to come up with, let's see, in no particular order, we tried to put it, to relocate the Appalachian Trail in Sussex County at a wildlife management area in the Pinelands Preservation Area in downtown Kearney by the rail tracks, and then eventually we got rid of it by using it as packing material for high-level radioactive waste. We had court orders ordering us to move it, court orders ordering us not to move it. It was a really fun situation. We had 13 families whose houses were on stilts and been relocated for, I think, 3 or 4 years by the time we were finally able to get them back in.
Don't you remember the one guy who used to come and visit his house, which was on stilts, virtually every day and sit there, and then he died before they finished the house? It took so long. I mean, that was one of the worst examples of government in action, that we got those things started. And Dick, you were in the thick of that one at the time, but we couldn't finish it off.
We had two types of radon. We had God-caused radon, which is a natural radon in the Reading prong, and then we had the Manhattan Project type of radon. And we had to work with DOE. And the question was, the decision was, we had to excavate the soil underneath the houses. And we had the streets of Montclair and Glen Ridge with, payloaders and trucks and everything with dirt. And I remember the governor calling me and saying, "Dick, what are you going to do with it?" I said, "We're going to try to get rid of it, Governor, but I don't know where we're going to put it." But, we were going to ship it. My friend, Dr. Tom here, does the study, saying if we ship it out by truck, we got 14,484 trucks going 3,000 miles to Las Vegas. So the chances are we're going to have 4 accidents and 2 people are going to get killed. All right? That was the analysis. All right? I don't remember exactly, but it was that type of thing. Yeah, what type of truck? So they said the safest way to do it is put it on rail cars. All right? Now, working with EPA, and EPA at that time said that you must, under the hazardous waste rules, you had to have a designated site within your own state before we'll give you any money. You had to have it in your own state. And we said, "What, are you kidding, guy? Can't get a site. We got people out of their homes. We got to do something with them." So we decided to send it to Las Vegas to a low-level rad site, and Las Vegas said, "Well, if it's so much of a problem here, why don't you send it to Atlantic City and let the casinos down there handle it?"
The worst part of that, if I recall correctly, was that we started to clean up. We got all the houses on stilts, and we're cleaning up underneath. And I was regional minister, you were DEP commissioner at the time, and we get it all set up, and that's when the decision was made by not to shut down our ability to take it out to Nevada. And I remember you calling me and saying, "We lost our disposal site." I said, "What do you mean we lost our disposal site? We've got all these houses on stilts, and we've got the people out of their houses." And she said, "Oh, it only take a little bit of time to straighten it out." 4 years later, we took those houses.
No, so this is the craziest thing that happened in 8 years as governor, the whole thing. Because first of all, I thought, what a DEP we have. They understand. First of all, they search back there was no radon factory, so they find that the historical research to begin with. Secondly, they go to the site and they can't say there's no radon there. So I thought, well, there's no radon there. Then they say, yeah, but there's a builder who took some fill out and went to Montclair. So they follow the builder to Montclair. I thought, what a DEP. And then they find the damn stuff and get everybody out of these homes. And the first plan, because they explained it to me at the time, Tom, you correct me if I'm wrong, but the way Bob Huey explained it to me at the time was this stuff isn't dangerous, as long as it's contained. And we can use it for landfill or anything else. As he put it to me, kids could play a high school football game on a field with this stuff on it. They wouldn't be harmed. It's only when it's blown around the air that's a problem. So it wasn't going to be easy to dispose of. So they was going to take it up to Sussex County, to a quarry, and fill it in that quarry. Next thing I do, the legislators from Sussex County came to see me. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
boy, I do remember.
And they said to me, there are people on the roads with guns.
And
if-
all the ammunition
yeah, and
in
it-
Sussex have been sold.
Yeah, if any trucks start on that road, we see any trucks taking that stuff up here, we think Essex County's dumping on us again. He said, we're going to shoot the guys in the trucks. And Bob said, that's serious. He said, people in my district, they'll do that.
The
So-
Sussex County prosecutor called us and asked for the route so he could protect us.
Yeah. I mean, it was and so Sussex County turned out not to be the place. We looked at some other places, and finally, and correct me again if I'm wrong, finally, I believe, they found a federal site down in near Great Adventure, down in the Pine Barrens, near McGuire Air Force Base. And they had actually had some sort, I never knew this, some sort of a nuclear accident down there. Yeah, so there was already radiation down there from a nuclear accident, I think way back in the 50s.
We asked the Air Force if they would cooperate, we could have a site in McGuire Air Force
Yeah,
Base.
yeah,
And they
so-
said, we've got the perfect place for you. We lost a nuclear warhead in the fire. You might as well put it there because that stuff is a lot worse. And we said,
So if
sorry we asked.
Yeah, I found out this is, and the only good part of it was, we'll put our contamination next to your contamination. It's going to be a problem.
And that wasn't a permanent resting home, that was temporary, just
Yeah.
get the people back in their homes.
That's right. And then, of course, the freeholders in Ocean County found out about it. And the people who run Great Adventure said, now remember, this is harmless stuff. You could spread on a football field. If you bring it down there, nobody will come to Great Adventure. And the Republican freeholders in Ocean County said, and none of us will ever be elected again. So Ocean County went up in arms, so we couldn't put it there. Meanwhile, every stop I go to, there are pickets. And they were picketing me every place I went, saying, don't dump on us. Went on for 2-3 years, I guess.
Went on for
Yeah, well, these poor people in Montclair who didn't have homes. The site was in barrels on the street in Montclair. I mean, you could walk, there it was, in barrels, waiting to be shipped somewhere, and no place to take it. And it cost us in the end, I think, what should have been a simple problem. In fact Bob Huey, who's always imaginative about things, called me one day and said, you understand now that it's harmless. It was just in the backyard. And I said, yeah. What about putting it in yours? I said, well, Bob, I'm not sure that's the thing to do. But anyway, the end result of it is we spent, to get it finally disposed of, my memory is we had to sort of turn it into hazardous waste, because hazardous waste you could dispose of.
We spent $65 million to send it to Barnwell, South Carolina, to fill in casks of high-level waste and use it as packing material for the high-level waste.
We had to make it toxic and hazardous waste in order to get rid of it. It cost the taxpayers a huge amount of money. And the lesson I learned from that, and we used it in a while, of course, later on in the ocean dumping problem, was you've got to find ways in which to make the public understand. And if you can't make the public understand, the public is simply scared. You cannot get anything done. So
let me give you the other side of that, which was really a challenge, was at the same time, to Dick's point, there is naturally occurring radon contamination that we've all had seen. And it's not so much that it's, the reason it's out in the open, Tom, is that when the radiation is looking for an escape route, if you will, when it's in a gas form, if it's over a house, or excuse me, if a house is over the place in the earth where it's coming out, and your house is contained and closed up, you build up these levels of radon gas, and then ultimately the exposure. And we had the equivalent, was somebody said, I think at one point, the equivalent was somebody in some homes we found that were smoking literally thousands of packs of cigarettes a day was the equivalent exposure that they were getting. And so, but it was easily addressed by ventilating a home. So you could take a house, and as long as you got the air exchange right, and that's why Bob would say on a field it made no difference, because there was automatic air exchange, if you will, as it came off from a field. Well, for the naturally occurring radon, the same people who were crazed about don't put it in my backyard, Molly Coy, I believe, was a health commissioner at one time when I was DEP commissioner, and the two of us did something unprecedented, which was we issued an advisory to all people in a certain area of the state that they should test their homes for radon, and if they found it, they should ventilate their homes. And we had virtually under 5% response from people because they were worried about their property values. So suddenly, the concern they had about it when it was from a manufacturing site where they didn't want to be near it, they wanted nothing to do with it in terms of addressing it in their own homes. And it ended up being from a risk communication and a risk standpoint, it was a very, very tricky balance to play. And Tom, you may, or somebody else who's on the science side can speak to that better, but I think I basically have have it correct?
That's it in a nutshell. We had the naturally occurring up in Clinton, New Jersey, and where there were very high levels, comparable to what we saw with U.S. Radium. One big difference, though, because we had explored venting the houses in Montclair, but because that ore had been purified by U.S. Radium, it was actually emitting gamma rays, and we would have had to, and this would have really been tough for the houses. We would have had to build lead shields for the houses. We could have shielded it and done it in place, but really in Montclair, even though it was a tough political battle, there was no alternative really to digging it up if we wanted to reduce the health hazard. That was a different kind of radioactive waste.
But you've got to convince the public to believe the science. And as we found out in the global warming debate, they don't trust, for whatever reason, they don't trust scientists. And I remember one town meeting up in Sussex County, which was one of the worst we had. I think people came with a gun or two or whatever. And I don't know if you were up there, but some people up there who were experts and who were selling a scientific version of this thing wasn't really going to be a problem. Some guy got up evidently and said, yeah, but when I was young, I used to teach high school science. I'll tell you, these guys are wrong. And they believed him, and against all the experts. So I bring it up now because I think it's a continuing problem for those of us who care about the environment. That somehow we've got to change the discussion so that people understand that scientists should be believed. That's the basis of facts.
What'd you say, Michael? What'd you say? I didn't.
Communicating the level of risk is very tough. Dick tried at one public hearing to say, I think he used the example of 1 grain of rice in a 2-pound bag of rice or something like that. Well, the next week we got about 500 bags of rice sent to DEP with one little black, covered grain in the bag because people said, I don't want any contamination in my rice or in my house. It's your job to get it out of here.
And now it turns out
One
the
of the
rice is
things
full of
that
rice.
sort of popped up several times in the discussions we have is science. And something that I've sort of determined along the way with local government, state government and whatnot, is there's 4 sciences that we're dealing with all the time. There's science, political science, popular science, and science fiction. And you'll see those different sciences in the way people testify and their own personal goals intertwined in the issue. And those sciences, and if you're not on the right science, it's like 2 ships crossing in the night. That's very good point. Yes,
I continue to be very much involved with the EPA Science Advisory Board, and I just wanted to pick up on that point. There is such mistrust in the science now that all of us in environmental protection are really suffering. And we were very fortunate to serve during a time where, yes, we had incredible hassles in Montclair, but for the most part, we got a lot done based on science that had some inherent uncertainty. But now it's become the target of lobbying to undermine the credibility of science. And ultimately, our entire field is suffering because it's very difficult to make decisions. On the other hand, scientists alone can't make those decisions. Without the political will and political leadership, we wouldn't have done any of this stuff that we're talking about.
Without the one-on-one connection that you had with all of us, we would not have accomplished anything. I'm dead serious with that. I mean, as you say, in New York, the only time I saw the governor of New York was at a public hearing at Love Canal that I was involved in. That was the only time. But, I mean, we used to see you all the time on this, during droughts, during, these types of episodes. I mean, most people would stay away from them because it's not a plus. It's a third rail. And that's what I always admired.
It's also worth noting that the legislature would later pass 2 different pieces of legislation to require that when you sell your house now, you have to have your well tested and you have to have a radon test. And that has undoubtedly protected more people than probably any single thing we've ever done. Much like ECRA, you kind of prevent another whole round of those problems from happening, and it's because of the concern and the outcry because of some of these investigations.
And so with that, let's shift over to solid waste and start this off with Dick, and then over to Bob Shin for some comments on solid waste side.
We're not going to have that much time.
You're not going to read that to us?
No. I want the governor to know, I don't know if you remember this, in 1987, we got evaluated, every program in the country, every state got evaluated relative to solid waste and recycling, hazardous waste management, groundwater protection, and air pollution. We were number 2 in the whole country. All right, and that was for work that we did from 1980 to 1987. So, I mean, and that was from a public interest group in Washington. So, I mean, that reflects what the positive things that were done during your administration. Solid waste, as we're talking about all these other issues, was probably the most serious problem you had to face during your term of office. The bottom line is everybody wants it picked up, nobody wanted it put down. The problem that we had was that New Jersey, until the Solid Waste Management Act was passed in 1970, and then the amendments came out in 75, I mean, the person across the aisle from me is the one that was leading all that, was that it basically said that you had to get permits for landfills. We had over 400 landfills. That's a word I'm using very loosely. 400 dumps in the state. We were an importing state. We were taking waste from New York, from Pennsylvania, and that was filling up the spots. We had a situation here where South Jersey and North Jersey, I mean, most of the people are concentrated in the north. South Jersey had the capacity to do different things, build landfills or incinerators, whatever the case might be. But the department had the requirement to, and the counties had the requirement. They were, the 21 counties, but the HMDC said you had to come up with a solid waste management plan. You have a franchise, it's your waste, you have to decide how you're going to do it. And NIMBY became a big issue, not in my backyard. And also the NIMBY, not in my election year, was also the other third real. All right. And the question here was, well, what do you want to do? How do you want to do it? And I go back, and I think of the good senator down at the end of the table, the Edgeboro landfill in 1985, 86. We only had 2 large landfills left in the state. Edgeboro and HMDC. And HMDC was going out. And Edgeboro, certain counties were going to have to stop going there.
Couldn't drive on Route 18.
On Route 18. We had, and then unfortunately we had people injured in a car accident because they were lined up 15 miles on Route 18 trying to get into the Edgeboro landfill.
Maybe garbage trucks.
Garbage trucks. Garbage, as we say in the trade. Garbage. And, I get a call from the good senator saying, what are you, crazy? We got all these guys. What else do you want us to do with it? We had, problems up in Warren and Sussex County, and there was no place to put it. And we said, well, we're not going to take an emergency action and send it down to South Jersey, which we have the authority to do under the Solid Waste Management Act. Because here you got a county down in South Jersey that has the guts and goes ahead and builds a new landfill, and then we say we're going to take the garbage from Middlesex County and we're going to direct it to go down to Bob Shin's territory. I mean, that would really tick the world off. So we had to come up with solutions that would reduce the amount of waste that was going to be handled, and the governor signed the first recycling bill, mandatory recycling, in 1987. That was the first one in the country. First one in the country. And that required individual counties to take certain actions within a certain period of time. And my own county, Morris County, They couldn't cite a bowling alley. They didn't want to cite a landfill. They didn't want to cite a resource recovery facility, and they didn't want to cite anything other than a transfer station. And we had to come up with a way of moving garbage, because in 1986, 87, we were exporting 50% of our garbage out of state. It was going down to Virginia, and then we had, you were going to Pennsylvania. State troopers in Pennsylvania was stopping our trucks to make sure they were licensed properly, just to harass, turning the trucks back. They were overloaded by 2 ounces. Ship them back. You can't come here. And then we had, in 1986, 87, an episode that drew national and international attention. The Islip barge, the Mobro, which had 6 million pounds of garbage from Islip on it. And it was going to go down to North Carolina or South Carolina, which was reasonable, all right, and at the time. And then it started going down, and they called out the National Guard. And they said, it doesn't come in here. So it went over to New Orleans. It was down in South Carolina, Louisiana.
It was also out of international waters at the time, because I was regional administrator, and I was on the phone with the chief or not chief counsel, what's it called? General counsel at EPA, arguing about this barge, and I would get updates on a regular basis. It's here. No, it's here. It's over there now.
It was in Key West and all the other stuff.
Man, it was
Finally, it was ordered to come back to Iceland. And a judge, for whatever reason, in his wisdom, it was going to go back to Islip, and it was going to be put in the landfill. And they figured they'd get more money from the state to rebuild their landfill. A judge said, you got to incinerate it. And it was incinerated at a New York City incinerator in Gravesend Bay.
Right. And it was, by that time, it was so dry, there was nothing left, because it had been on that barge in the middle of a hot Caribbean Sea or wherever else. They came back all dried out.
It was mostly paper, and there wasn't any real putrescibles or rats. And they did find a bedpan in there. So that said, oh, this is medical waste. All right?
You shipped it down the shore.
So, I have to tell you a side story. When I left the state government, I went to work with an engineering company, and we had compost facilities. And I had compost out of Washington, D.C., and I wanted to send it down as cover at a landfill in South Carolina. I got approval from everybody. It got on the railroad, it went down, and it stopped off on the side at 90 degrees on a summer day in Georgia. And they called out the National Guard. The headlines were, poo-poo, choo-choo, go home. So that came back to New Jersey and back to Washington, and our stock price went down almost 50% because of that incident. But I mean, I learned my lesson on the
So speak, Bob, for a minute about, we went to a point where we required every county to come up with a solid waste management plan. And talk a little bit about that, because that led to the whole adoption, almost on a wholesale basis, of the idea of incinerating our trash.
Yeah, and I came on to the Freeholder Board just to put time frames into
County, right? Burlington
in
County
Burlington.
Freeholder
I
Board.
came on in '87, so the Solid Waste Management Act had already happened, and Burlington was on course to build an incinerator. And I got on the board, and I had a business on Route 38, and one thing that aggravated me was all these trash trucks coming down Route 38 from the city of Philadelphia. And I said, you know, there's something basically wrong with this. And being on Township Committee in Hainesport, I was sort of focused on Hainsport's problems. And so I got on the Freeholder Board, and I said, you know, I know the board's taken a position on this, but Burlington's an agricultural community. Pinelands, cranberry, blueberry, tillage agriculture, and the balance of the county, a lot of agriculture. So we ought to capture that agriculture. You know, we've got storage sludge is a problem, solid waste is a problem. We've got landfills, you've got Big Hill, L&D, Parklands. Big Hill, I know the governor fondly remembers Big Hill. So we need to get a handle on this thing. So basically, we adopted a strategy under the Solid Waste Management Act that we're going to site a landfill, to have all the infrastructure to develop compost for agriculture uses, strong recycling program, but we're going to quantify the available capacity in Burlington, and we'll share in it equally for 5 years or until the capacity gets down to 6 months for any of the component senders, including Burlington. And basically, we did an environmental analysis, some very short and some in-depth, on every landfill in the county. And that was one step that was going on. And then we needed to have an agreement with the city of Philadelphia. And that got a little more complicated, but we hired a very expensive law firm that did work in the city of Philadelphia. And our board policy on lawyers was $75 an hour. So when I took them to $250, the most conservative running mate on the board was my running mate. Tea Party would endorse Mike without batting an eye. And Mike said, "Shin, what are you doing?" I said, "Mike, if we're going to talk to the city of Philadelphia, I have to do it through attorneys. That's the way it just works." And he said, I love you. I can't support $250 an hour. I said, well, let's talk about it some more and just leave the issue open. In the meantime, a representative of one of the major waste companies comes to our freeholder meeting to comment on our plan. It's one of the planning sessions. Very arrogant, said, "You know, you're wasting your time. We're going to burn you out in litigation." My conservative running mate stood up and said, "Like hell you are." He said, "We'll match you dollar for dollar. This is an important issue for Burlington County." He said, "Shin, go ahead with your plan." And I had the most conservative part of our board. We make a long story short, we arranged a meeting with the assistant mayor's office, the assistant that handles solid waste, and we negotiated an agreement that basically 5 years sharing capacity. We each agreed to site our own facilities. We each agreed to do recycling. And then we had 12 Pennsylvania haulers to deal with, which was easy under the Solid Waste Management Act because they just signed up. So, make a long story short, we found L&D was polluting the environment. Big Hill, governor was very familiar with that. Really stepped in and did great work closing Big Hill, which was a real direct environmental problem, having sludge in your housing facility. And the capacity suddenly shrunk. Parklands was on the clay outcrop, so it was a good siting facility, but it didn't have expansion room, so Parklands was building out. L&D created groundwater pollution. They were forced to phase out and not expand. Big Hill closed under your tutelage, and we basically got to 6 months capacity. Notified the city of Philadelphia, immediately went to court. We won, they upheld the agreement, and we proceeded to open our own landfill and do the things that we said we were going to do, the recycling. We did a very aggressive recycling program, which is now going to single stream. Citing our own facility, we had a household hazardous waste facility on site, 8 hours a day, 5.5 days a week that received hazardous waste because we wanted to keep it out of the landfill so we could, ultimately the plan was, my plan, but not ever adopted, was create the heavy fraction went to composting, light fraction went to refuse-derived fuel, which Baltimore was doing at the time. They had a facility down there. And I thought that was a way to separate the waste, clarify it, and beneficially use it. And that's where we are. And then some different things happened in the economy, and but the facility is alive and well, providing capacity for the municipalities. The county does free recycling for its municipalities. Occupational Training Center runs the recycling program, provides jobs for 100 handicapped individuals, making a daily wage.
So
And
somebody help me out here. This is, there's a complications here in law and public policy both. We had, and I need some help on both the legislative side and others. We had, if I recall correctly, one is the Interstate Commerce Act was, you had to be careful because if garbage is a commodity basically, and so you couldn't restrict its going across state lines or county lines or whatever.
I tried.
Yeah, I know you did.
I
And you
tried.
did try.
I the Attorney General, because mainly matters usual in New York City, which was so much of that stuff was
Right.
coming across New Jersey. I asked the Attorney General to find out if we could restrict the trucks, and he came back and said, interstate commerce, can't do it.
What was the driving force in New Jersey? Was it through policy or law or both that we required the individual counties each to have their own plan, and in developing that plan, a number of them then went out, like each of the counties, and came back with the best way to handle it was incineration. And then we all got tagged with trying to jam incineration down people's throats, and we said, no, we didn't do this. The county freeholder boards independently reviewed this and then made determinations. But help me, Michael, if you would, on some of this.
1969, the legislature passed the Waste Control Act during the Cahill administration, and it banned out-of-state waste completely. New York and Philadelphia were using New Jersey as a dumping grounds, had been for many years, and the state was basically trying to come to grips with that. Case went all the way up to the U.S. Supreme Court, City of Philadelphia versus the state of New Jersey, and the Supreme Court said that the Interstate Commerce Clause, they found that our statute was unconstitutional, and the last line of the decision says, just as our decision protects Philadelphia today, so it will protect New Jersey in the future. So New Jersey was forced to accept out-of-state waste, but we launched a long-term policy to try and deal with our own waste and negotiate our way out of out-of-state contracts. Ironically, when we started becoming a net exporter, people started passing local laws and state laws to block us, and the same City of Philadelphia case did come back. But the thought was, and Bob could probably jump in on this, is that since it was so difficult to site landfills, the idea was to have regional resource recovery facilities. And instead of having each of the 21 counties build their own, which was incredibly capital intensive and just wasn't going to happen, the idea was to have regional facilities, and that DEP would play the role of basically kind of matching up counties to partner and direct the waste flow to those facilities.
But wasn't there a whole process where the counties had to themselves come up with their own plan, and that plan then, in a lot of cases, resulted in people traveling around the world looking for how best to handle solid waste. And they ended up in almost all the instances came back and said, best way to handle it, if we're going to be self-sufficient, is to burn it. And then came out of that, I think, the idea, well, wait a minute, let's do this regionally. And that's where you started matching up counties. But was there a law that drove, what was the driver that made
The Act requires each county to adopt a solid waste management plan.
When was that passed?
In 1970.
Okay, so this was before the administration.
We also made it a public utility in 1970, basically to get the mafia out of the solid waste business.
Okay, so Tom just said he co-sponsored that law in the legislature in 1970.
And each county had responsibility to come up with a plan to deal with its own waste.
Right, and so what were you saying?
And DEP had to approve the plan.
Right.
All right? And what happened was that, you looked at what the options were. Recycling wasn't in it at that time.
Right.
And you had the bottle bill. Everybody was opposed to the bottle bill. We were trying to do other things. But incineration was the private sector said, hey, we can put incinerators in. And, the private sector could do it. So most of the counties said we want to put incinerators in. So initially, when you got the plans back, we said, look, you wanted them in. There's not enough capacity out there to put 20 incinerators in. Like right now, there's only 6 in the state. And Fort Dix had the very first one, all right? And then Warren County had the next one in '88. So the question was, we said to the state, individual counties, guys, you got to look at other ways. You got to come up with agreements. inter-county agreements. I'll build a landfill, you build an incinerator. I'll take your ash, we'll both use the landfill together. So you had trying to get counties to work between one another, and they didn't happen. Then EPA, there was a requirement that you could not build a landfill, you could not build a resource recovery facility or any other type of solid waste facility where you had a sole source aquifer for groundwater. And that was EPA's requirement, that you couldn't build in the sole source aquifer. And I remember Bob Huey saying, we'll make the whole state a sole source aquifer.
Bob, defend yourself.
No, and that was good. I thought he was crazy.
Yeah, I think, part of what the undercurrent here, and John was a part of this and helped me a lot. Unless we made counties have solid waste plans, we couldn't control the flow from other places. I mean, that was the bottom line of the law. Freeholders at that time, aside from Bob Shin and a couple of others, didn't want to do it. I mean, it was a very difficult task to go site any one of these facilities. And you would go to meetings with freeholders and they would say, listen, make me do it. So we made them do it. And when we got challenged, and there's still a judge somewhere in New Jersey that just hates me, we decided that rather than getting picked off county by county, and with Tom's permission, we sued all of them together. We put them all in one courtroom and decided we're going to have this fight, we'll have it now. Well, we won, we prevailed, and we had to make people, then what Dick is talking about is we decided we're going to make people rational. Well, how do you make them rational? You do things like, okay, the whole state's one aquifer. You can't do this. And we made them adopt their plans. And when we adopted those plans, when we finally got the plans adopted, then we can control New York. So, the whole strategy was if we don't take care of our own business, nobody else is going to take care of theirs. And we got a lot of help. Dick at the time was with EPA. We let them force us to do things. We, in turn, forced the freeholders to do things. And people like John and Dan Dalton and people who were in the legislature went around and said, listen, the guy's crazy, but he's right, and you're going to have to do it. And that really was the day we got all those plans in place, we controlled New York. We controlled Pennsylvania.
And John, can you speak to that from the legislator
But that was the
side?
whole point in controlling the state, and it had to be forced because of the politics of the issue. And so, we were following Bob's lead. He had articulated it very, very well. It was very difficult to get the political people on the ground to buy into all this, but then it was like it led them to the water and they drank ultimately because there really wasn't any choice.
Right, we didn't have any choice.
Because can I give one?
Yeah.
There's one very brief side story. I was focused on looking at the counties during this whole process because I never was a freeholder, but I always felt generally counties don't have to make really tough decisions. Freeholders do not have to really, I always felt that. And I was looking at this process, and of course a lot of them weren't making tough decisions. They were running, not Bob, but a lot of them were running as fast as they could away from all these problems. So I had a vacancy at the Public Utility Commission. And I thought, well, public utilities are very much part of this process of landfill. I looked around, who are the people in the state who have done this best? Freeholders have really stood up. And a name came up. There's a woman in Somerset called Christy Whitman. And she's head of the freeholder board, and she stood up on this. I said, okay, she's my next BPU commissioner. And the rest is history.
Dan, did you have a thought at all, or any comment from the legislative side?
No. We had the same issue down in South Jersey. We had the city of Philadelphia and was using our counties just they brought all their waste over, like Bob indicated. He was taking it to Burlington. I don't know if you remember, Bob, that Deptford, right off, and that's a monument now on Route 55, the landfill in Deptford that the city of Philadelphia used as its city dump, basically, for years. So, again, I going back to my original point as far as on this, everybody from the state perspective, the governor
we thought we were in it together. There was no, we had a problem. We had this huge issue, and it wasn't a North Jersey issue, South Jersey issue. We all had it. And it wasn't, again, it was affecting us all of our districts, Republican and Democrat. So there wasn't, and believe me, there were, and I still remember, at least from our area, the number of freeholders, as the governor pointed out, that really, I mean, they lost their scalps on this one, but they made the tough choices, and so, but thankfully, we had one policy, and we weren't deviating from it. So
again, what underscores almost all these conversations this morning was the way that there was bipartisan work on these issues. There was cooperation between the executive and legislative branches as well, which is not as common today. I mean, there was cooperation all the way around, and all the while, decisions that were supported by the science, that we let science drive that process. And when you added it all together, you had a period of time where I think there was some very good public policy, good legislative policy, good decision-making at the executive level. I mean, there were a number of things that came together at one time that made it a unique time in environmental protection in New Jersey on the Brown side. And as we go into lunch and sort of get cleaned up, we can think about the green side, which is where we'll spend the afternoon. One last comment, Joe.
Just something quick, Chris.
Sure.
You know how big an issue this was? It was actually a song about it in the Correspondence Club dinner show. And for those who don't know, the State House Press Corps every year holds a show. Now it's in Hamilton Township. And I'd hesitate to call it entertainment because of the skill level of the performers, but there is song and dance involved. And so guess who ended up singing the song about solid waste? You're looking at them. It was to a tune of, the song was called Peelings, to the tune of Feelings. And the whole time I sang, they were throwing banana peels and trash at me. So that's how big an issue it was.
Can you sing it for the video?
Peelings, nothing more than peelings. That's how it started anyway.
You talked earlier today about the fact that we're always playing catch up with industry. And I actually think in some ways we led industry in willingness to step up and address issues. But the catch up with industry just reminded me, Ken Marin has one of the funniest stories that I know in his time when he was insurance commissioner. And he was lamenting the fact that in the insurance industry it was the same problem of trying to play catch up, that they were always ahead of them. And Ken was sitting at his desk one day musing about it, and he had on the floor little filing systems and stuff, paper filing, when the world had moved to computers and everything else, and he was lamenting this fact. And as he was thinking about it, I don't know what made him do it, but we all had a state of New Jersey flag and a U.S. flag. And so he got up. For some reason, he opens up his U.S. flag. There's 48 stars on it. True story. So first, Pinelands implementation, and we're going to start it out with Candy Ashman, and then both Terry Moore and then Dave Moore, I think, will chime in as well a little bit. But Candy, you want to lead us off? And if you would, please use the microphone.
I guess everybody here knows that I've been there since the beginning, but the beginning was a lot longer away than you think, because there were 2 or 3 predecessors, including one that Bob Shin ran, to the Pinelands Commission. I just want to make one observation, and that is that, to me, the most important 3 things to have regional land use planning work is to have the right legislation. It has to be written very carefully, which we can thank Mike Catania for in the Pinelands. Also, you need the right leadership more than anything. and the right people at the table. And I have just one story I wanted to tell, and that is that Frank Parker, who is the original chairman, and Tom Kane were very good friends. And Frank told me one day, about 10 years in, that he wanted to retire. But he couldn't retire until he forced Tom Kane to appoint a chairman that he approved of. So it took a while, but finally we got Richard Sullivan, and that allowed Frank to take some time off.
Part of that, was I didn't want Frank to leave, so I kept giving these names that I knew weren't acceptable to him.
And I would add to that, when Frank would come to the governor's office, Tom would make me staff the meeting because I knew Frank, and Frank would come in and he'd say, I've really got to retire, Tom. I really need to step down. And Tom would say, well, we'll get to work on that and identify some names and so on. Frank would leave the office and Tom would turn to me and he'd say, I don't want you to follow up for any reason whatsoever. We did that to Frank 2 or 3 times.
Well, and I think that leadership, along with the staff and Terry's leadership, is what got the Pinelands off to what I think was a very good start. It's also turns out to not be too political a body because of the way the membership is structured. And I think all these years we've been able to do enough, for instance, economic monitoring, which EPA has paid for, and environmental monitoring, so we really know whether the plan is working or is not working, and where. And I think that's a very important part of the work we've done. And because of my experience with the local land use planning, which is, I got a call from Don Linke from Governor Burns' office, and he said, I need a woman and I need somebody who knows the vocabulary of land use. And you're it. And that was it. Been there ever since.
Terry, you want to reflect a little bit on your role there and sort of what you saw?
Yeah, Dan Dalton mentioned to me on the way in, now that we've spent the morning on controversial subjects, we can just... I credit him with that one. Let me just begin on a slightly personal note. I, of course, was a Brendan Byrne appointee 5 minutes before he signed the Pinelands Protection Act in 1979. So, like others, I sat at my desk when the new administration came in, waiting possibly for a phone call thanking me for my service and suggesting that I have other endeavors. That never came, and I must say I spent 8 years hanging around the Pinelands under this administration and had some very fond memories of interactions with people that were a part of it. I think there are a couple of very major initiatives of the Kane administration that helped the Pinelands plan really be implemented. The governor early on formed a agricultural study group to look at the Pinelands plan impact on farmers and particularly farm credit. We were a little concerned about that, Governor, at the time, I must say. But that report was very helpful because it really indicated that there was a negligible impact on agriculture or their ability to get loans. The Pinelands Municipal Property Tax Stabilization Act was passed during this administration, helping some of the municipalities that had lost their development capabilities under the plan. The Pinelands Development Credit Bank of 1985, which provided a place for people to buy and sell Pinelands Development Credits, the first regional transfer of development rights program in the country. And then in the same year, the Pinelands Infrastructure Bond Act, which provided funds for municipalities who were on the other end of that spectrum and could accommodate some of the growth that had been assigned. First and foremost, though, and I will end my comments after this, I have to credit this administration just simply as a little old public administrator from New Jersey. There was never a time during the Kane administration that I ever got a call to suggest that perhaps someone would be really good to fill that job that we had advertised recently. And I can tell you very clearly that the ability of the Pinelands Commission to undertake its deliberations and its decision-making process was clean and perfect and not political at all. And I credit the governor very much for that environment.
I'll tell you how that farmland thing came about. When I first came into office, I said earlier that there was a whole bunch of people who thought they were going to destroy the Pinelands once Brendan was out of office. And majority of the legislature in both houses at that point was willing to destroy the Pinelands.
I knew some of those people.
Yeah, I know. I think you did. Some of them are still around. But and then there was even a worse threat coming from Washington. This fellow called James Watt, who was there, and a number of congressmen, including the congressman who represented Atlantic County, Forsyth, the Republican, and there were three of them, I think. Bill Hughes, yeah, there was three of them wanted to get rid of the Pinelands. And they were thinking of federal ways to foul us up. And so I figured I had to break up that federal thing. So I called Forsyth, I knew well, Republican, and said, come on, now this is going to be administration, support the Pinelands. He said, you shouldn't do that. I said, this is support the Pinelands. Now what can I do to make your concerns less? And he said, well, Byrne appointed all these guys from North Jersey and all these people, and the farmers have nobody to represent them. And I said, if I find a farmer of your choice, would you stop giving us problems? And he said, if you also do a study of what the impact is, I think the impact's pretty bad. So I said, all right, I will give you, as long as he's acceptable, or she's acceptable, you give me one appointment, and if it's acceptable, I will appoint that person, and I will also do the study for you. And in exchange for that, I don't want to hear any more about the Pinelands from you. And he kept his word. I did appoint, I remember what his name, I think he stayed a long time.
Steve Lee.
Yeah, Steve Lee. That was his appointment. And I figured there was enough members on the commission to outvote him if he was trouble, and so I figured it wouldn't do any harm. And and then we did the farmland study. That was the agreement with Forsyth, and he kept his word. I don't think he ever gave us any problem. And that broke up that thing, and it also meant the Reagan administration couldn't give us problems, which they were starting to do. So it was important. But that was the story behind that.
James Watt's first appointee to the commission, named Rick Davich, indicated to me that his first suggestion on meeting you would be it's an appropriate time to change the chair and the executive director of the Pinelands Commission. So it was an interesting crowd.
Dave, some thoughts on from the world of the Conservation Foundation?
Well, Candy started you out before the beginning, and I think, in spite of the fact that I think she's got a year or two on me, I can take you back before the beginning. The first step in the Pinelands was in 1965 when the New Jersey Audubon Society proposed that the Pinelands be a national monument. And that was took about 2 years, but by 1968, that was no longer a viable concern. The federal government decided that it was not of sufficient national significance to create a national monument there. And it took several years and a few citizen activists, none of whom are alive now except me, to launch a program to protect the Pinelands. It was primarily fueled by a small group called the Pinelands Conservationists. It's actually a husband and wife team. There was also an organization that was formed from a coalition of environmental group leaders called the Conservation Roundtable. And there again, none of those people are around either now. They've all passed away. And that in turn spawned a session called the Panther Valley Group. Ingrid was part of that. I think you and I are the only ones left. Candy may have been part of that. When you first started with, I keep forgetting.
The reports are premature.
And a decision was made by that group that we ought to work toward a state plan, but that it was politically impossible at that time. And so we ought to do things on a piecemeal basis. And the Pinelands was the first one. And so an attempt to get legislation was launched. As Candy has mentioned, there were several iterations, including Bob Shin's, before we finally got state legislation. But the governor, as has already been stated many times, was very supportive, and it was a groundbreaking effort to establish the first, the National Parks and Recreation Act of 1978, and then the Pinelands Protection Act after that. And it's still going. But I think only thanks to a good constituency and a lot of citizen effort, which is required to make sure that things like the Pinelands Commission is backed by a group of people which happens to be the Pinelands Preservation Alliance, to make sure those kinds of things stay into place.
Bob Huey, do you have some thoughts from the perspective of, there were some, I'm sure you dealt with a number of people who weren't exactly thrilled with the Pinelands Act and the aftermath. Do you have some thoughts from the time you were on it?
Well, Tom handled Pinelands like he handled everything else. I mean, there was a lot of controversy in South Jersey. I was part of that controversy. I mean, there are a lot of people talking to Tom Kane before I became commissioner who said, don't appoint somebody from South Jersey. And it had to do with the Pinelands. But the fact of the matter is, he never lost his cool. He didn't make it an issue to negotiate anything else, which I think Tom's very good at not putting anything on the table. You know, he's not going to negotiate till things get real. The Pinelands was never up for negotiation. And I think probably to the extent that I helped at all, it was pretty hard for all those people in Atlantic County and Cape May County, and where I had personal relationships and where I had been county administrator, to attack me for supporting the Pinelands. So Tom just played it like a pro. He never fought with anybody down there. He just let him go away. And that sort of worked.
How about on the legislative side, Dan or John, thoughts, or Bob, from your perspectives on the Pinelands? Were you? I don't recall. I'm trying to think. When did you first come into office, Dan?
I came in 79.
79. So you were in some of the early days of this issue?
Yeah.
So what was it like from the legislative perspective?
And I'll bow to Bob, but it was an incredibly intense issue in our area. My legislative district, Terry will recall, was partially in the Pinelands. And so going into those towns and trying to make the case in those days for Pinelands preservation was not easy. And certainly, if you wanted to run for re-election, you didn't say, I'm a friend of Terry Moore. That was not going to get me any votes. Yeah, exactly. But at the same time, Governor Keynes support, and you knew you're not going to get, again, embarrassed politically. He didn't do that. And there was a core of the Democratic Party in that area that was supportive of the act. So there was the political infrastructure was there. For the most part, I'm not saying that was unanimous by any stretch of the imagination, but it was a tough issue because of the impact study too, Governor. I think when you came out and supported that sort of started allaying some of the concerns. So they're my recollections.
How about you, John?
Well, we certainly didn't have the issues or the problems in Central Jersey that they had in South Jersey. And it wasn't a pressing issue, but having just gotten to the legislature in '82, you had, as in any case, when you have a major piece of preservation legislation or land use legislation, you're going to have people who are perceived to be losers, whose properties were offended in one way or another. And we all had people coming to us in that vein. But philosophically, I was for the legislation back in the 70s, and even though I wasn't there, and I didn't have any great difficulty. And I think it was mostly the real concerns politically were by the South Jersey legislators.
I don't think it was right necessarily, but when I was running for office when what turned out to be a reasonably close election, I was told that if I would come out and promise repeal of the Pinelands, that I'd guarantee 3 counties in the South that would determine the election. Now, whether they were right or not, that was Republican county chairman talking, but I didn't do it anyway, so I don't know if they were right or not.
Let's go ahead.
When Tom was running against Florio in several districts, Florio was obviously supporting the Pinelands, and the idea was that Kane might get rid of it, and therefore that would be so that it was a very narrow margin to start with, and it just occurred to me that I hadn't even thought of that in the past.
Let's use something that. I'm sorry, Bob.
Preservation area was mostly in Burlington County. Fortunately, I was in a position of most of the people in my district not speaking to me anyway because of the landfill. And I used a little different strategy with Terry. I told my opposition that he was a friend of Terry's Moore. So I think it's the only way I got over the top, really. Now, seriously, though, it was probably the most difficult vote that I've ever had was August the 8th of 1980, as I remember it, was we separated the preservation area from the protection area. That separated the market for the PDCs from the Pinelands Development Credit Generators, which was sort of my favorite part of I won't use the word compensation, but mitigating the impacts of the plan from the people that were impacted from a preservation standpoint to those that were profiting from a development standpoint. Sort of blended the impact. That was the concept. So we spent a lot of time in Burlington trying to make the PDC bank work. Bud Shavusian, original board member, was a big creator of, spent a lot of time working on TDR. And so around 1982 or so, there wasn't much activity in PDCs, and talked to the Freeholder Board about opening Pinelands Development Credit, Pinelands Conservation Easement Exchange. It was a PDC bank, but I needed the exchange language to tell people what it really did. We were exchanging a credit for a permanent easement. And we put a question on the ballot in '77 on the Pinelands issue for acquisition, most critical areas of the Pinelands, and that passed 3-1. And in 78, we put a farmland question on the ballot for purchase of farmland outside the Pinelands, and that passed 2-1. Took me about 10 years to get it because, in my mind, food production area had more of a value to an individual citizen than open space and environmental quality. Well, finally figured it out.
So let's
but ultimately, the PDC bank concept worked. We bought 80 and 3/4 credits, and we sold 80 and 3/4 credits. And so the bank sort of broke even. We preserved 3,000 acres with a county bank, and when we opened the doors, we just had criteria at $10,000 an acre. And we started getting a very diverse group of applicants that we bought credits from and sold credits at public meetings. And the 10,000, we never moved off the $10,000 acre because of a legal opinion that said we had to sell all the credits at one time, which never works in TDR. But be that as it may, I got sued. There was a fellow in the Department of Interior by the name of James Watt at the time, and he had a Mid-Atlantic and Pacific Legal Foundation, which sued Burlington County and me individually over the Pinelands Development Credit issue. And the board was sort of fed up with my legal expenditures already. Here I am again with a major international lawsuit. I tried to lateral it to Terry, but he deflected it handily.
We were willing to see you swinging away.
There's a fellow by the name of Jim Watt, not Jim Watt, but Jim Tripp.
Environmental Defense Fund, still there.
Who I explained my tale of woe to, and he said, look, if you'll put me up, pay my expenses, I'll represent you. I said, good, you got it. Stay at my house, we'll feed you. And he did a magnificent job. He was an exceptional attorney. And we won that case, and that was a challenge. In fact, the guy that led the challenge ran against me in the primary. He's the guy that I said was a friend of Terry Moore, and I won that election too.
So let's use that as a segue into, and a comment John had also made about issues of compensating people fairly, to talk about bond issues, because we all know that New Jersey has really led the country since 1961 with our Green Acres and open space bond issues that first started at the state level, but then ultimately came to individual counties and then townships and boroughs across the state. When you add it all up, there's an awful big sum of money we've put into purchasing open space, some of which has been used to compensate landowners that need to be compensated in some way. But let's start off, Tom Wells, and I'd love to hear certainly from the perspective these days, too, of Michelle Byers and some of the work you can relate back to the Pinelands with things like the Franklin Parker Preserve and other sorts of things that we've talked about. But Tom, why don't you start off?
Sure. Well, I'll just mention there have been 13 ballot measures passed since 1961. 11 of them have been bond issues. The 5th, 6th, and 7th were passed under the Kane administration, and they all had slightly novel components to them. The first one was, I think it was Bob Huey's idea of the Green Infrastructure Trust, where it would be a low-interest loan to try to replenish itself. It didn't ultimately evolve to that total self-funding, but it's provided funding in dry times when between bond issues and whatever. I know, having run the Green Acres program for 10 years, when we get down tight with money, there was always some money flowing back in because of the capital and interest repayments. And then in 1987, there was the Cultural Green Acres and Cultural Trusts Bond Act. I think, John, you were the prime sponsor in the Senate on that one. And that was somewhat of a Band-Aid. It was just to keep the Green Trust going. And then in 1989, there was the biggest one at the time. It was a $300 million Bond Act, which at that time was pretty huge. And and it included both green acres and farmland preservation. And the one novel thing about that was the first year that land trusts were able to get matching grants through the Green Acres program. And it was only at that time, it was a $10 million appropriation authorization. But just to give you perspective, since that time, there's been $200 million made available to groups like NJCF for the Franklin Parker Preserve and the Nature Conservancy and Trust for Public Land. And that's matched by, $200 million plus of private dollars. So it's almost $500 million generated through that nonprofit program. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention Maureen Ogden's name in all this, because she was involved in these. We'll talk about her related to the wetlands as well.
She sponsored the bill in the Assembly when you sponsored it in the Senate, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
Wasn't that the way it was played out?
And she held her ground. There were some people who wanted to pull the nonprofit segment out of that Bond Act in 1989. A former Speaker of the Assembly, I won't mention his name, and Maureen said basically, if you take the nonprofit money out of that, I'm walking off the bill. And Tom stood behind her and said, we're keeping it in there. And it started from a small seed, but it's really produced great results over the last 20 plus years.
That's great. I'm going to go to Michelle and then to Nancy for a minute. Go ahead, Michelle.
Well, I'm just going to tell a story that hopefully will sort of draw things from when I started up to the present time.
Michelle, talking to the mic.
Oh, sure. Sorry. I started working first for Candy and then for NRDC and then for Dave Moore in the Pine Barrens back in 1981. And so I virtually, I have to say this because it's been burning in my head all morning, I grew up in your administration, basically starting right about when you started all the way up. And I really had a view that all of New Jersey worked very well, that you could trust government, that we had really great leaders both at the EPA and at the governor level, and of course Terry at the Pinelands Commission. I really felt that everybody pulled together and we got so much accomplished, and I thought that's how government worked. So I've really learned quite a bit over the years. It's nothing like that now. But anyway, in the Pine Barrens, I got to know Garfield DeMarco. And I worked at Whitesbog, and one of my first projects, thanks to Dave, who was my boss at the time, and he gave me a lot of latitude, one of my first projects was to try to preserve Whitesbog Village, which was part of Lebanon State Forest, now Brendan Burns State Forest. And the DEP director of parks at the time, Russ Myers, basically said, we're not going to preserve that village unless you can give us an adaptive reuse to show us how that village can be taken care of. So we ended up really going to Garfield and to Bob to raise money through the cranberry and blueberry runs, right? You guys pulled together a group of funds so that over time we were able to not only raise money for the village, but eventually get it restored and onto the National Register. And that's how I got to know Garfield. So sometime in the, I guess it was around 2000, because I knew Garfield and we had gotten to be good friends over the years, very interesting man, and he loved Italian things. I did too. I'd bring him presents from Italy, and he would give a big check to the Whitesbog Trust, and I'd give him his extra large T-shirts that had his name on the back. And because of that relationship, in 2000, he called and he said, "Look, I would like to sell my 9,400-acre farm for preservation." And we had the kind of relationship, and Bob and Garfield and I had been together through a lot of various things where we trusted each other and knew each other. So over a period of about 4 years, we completed this transaction. And it was full of all kinds of pitfalls. We had legal challenges from the family who was in a lawsuit. We had a change of administration that went from Governor Whitman, who was supportive, to Governor McGreevey, who said, no, I'm not going to put any money in that crook's pocket. So it was, really difficult. And but the upshot is, and this is where I wanted just to pull it all together, is Garfield formerly had sold his Pinelands development credits through the program that Bob had talked about. So technically that property was preserved. It couldn't be subdivided. it couldn't have thousands of units, but it could stay in agriculture, it could be logged, and there could be 20-acre farmettes for ag-related housing put on it. And it's in the heart of the International Pine Barrens, chock full of endangered species. So we had a very hard time convincing people that it needed full protection of ownership for a preserve, as opposed to just having this restriction on it. But the result is now, of course, it's the Franklin Parker Preserve, which is not far from the Candace Ashman Preserve over in the Forked River Mountains. So we're sort of systematically, securing the heart of the New Jersey Pine Barrens and naming it after all the initial founders. And it's an amazing place now, and it would not be there if it hadn't been for all of the people in this room and many others that laid all that groundwork. And it connects up 4 of the state holdings all the way around it.
Nancy,
I just wanted to add one name, Feather O'Connor Houston, who was the treasurer at the time of the third bond issue that passed during the Kane administration, was so instrumental in making sure that the section of the bond issue that allowed nonprofits to access that dollar. She deserves tremendous credit, and I could tell a long story, which I'll tell afterwards, not here. But she was just terrific.
Other thoughts on the bond issues? Sure, Joe?
Because it's, we haven't had a lot lately, so it's sort of noticeable by its absence. So I went back and I totaled them up during the governor's term and when he was a legislator. And you supported bond issues that totaled at least $1.3 billion. Today's dollars, it's probably $2 billion, rounded off. So that gives you an idea of the impact. When you cut across from open space, hazardous waste, water supply, different areas, not all for open space. But I was just curious. My old reporter instinct kicked in. I got to go back and total this up. So it just gives you some idea of the scope.
Go ahead, Ingrid.
I just wanted to mention that all acts have context and history, and the bond issues came along and needed to be run as a campaign. And it was just at the time that conservation commissions or committees, whatever they were informally before they became environmental commissions, were just really feeling their oats. And they were enlisted in that effort to pass the bond issue. So you had a lot of people who were believing in Earth Day and so on and wanted to be involved, were really given an opportunity to get involved politically and to see the result of their actions. There's nothing like winning an election. And it had that effect of really coalescing on a very local level up into a hierarchy of that effort.
Because basically, I favor bond issues because I think it involves the public, gives us a chance to reach out to the public and teach them and be with them and understand, and then they vote for it. And I just think that the bond issue process, as Ingrid said, is very valuable, even if we don't do it for everything.
And it spawned the local and county efforts.
Well,
it's statewide, and then you knew how to do it. And
and it interests me because we just had one on higher education, and everybody's thinking about the future when you have a bond issue, and it's a very much, the whole talk about it. Yes, we do, and I agree with Michelle and everybody else that we have to have a sustainable, but sustainable funds lose their attraction in some ways.
You're right, Joe. I was ready for the bond issues because I sponsored all the ones in the legislature before these. And my big contribution, I guess, in the legislature was to include urban open space in the bond issues, which made a difference.
Yeah, and you add now, there's an added ability to, particularly in those urban areas where there's not space to turn into recreational, you have the ability to use some capital dollars to improve parks or to improve playgrounds or whatever that has been also very helpful in that process.
But just to reemphasize what you said, Ingrid, the conservation commissions have been enormously helpful, and we forget about them. They were a very small bill that I sponsored in the legislature with a woman called Jo Margetts, And it's had a very powerful impact getting those things established over the years.
Can I just remind everybody, Jennifer just passed me a note, please talk into the mic when you're speaking.
Right.
First of all, it helps for the audio, but also it'll help Brenda hear what we're saying.
Okay, yes, Terry.
I just wanted to, it's always interesting to find similarities between brownfields and greenfields. You were talking about the money that the state had available on toxic waste matters. The same thing really happened in the Pinelands. There was $40 million under the federal statute for the Pinelands, easy to spend because we have the Green Acres bond money available to match it. So it's, those are always, growing those dollars is always very important.
Yeah, and when you take the number you used, Joe, and now you add all the open space tax, I mean, the numbers are probably several $billion minimally when you add it all up. So let's, if we may, let's use this. I'm going to go a little bit out of order here in terms of the topics. I want to move over, since Tom had mentioned it earlier, to the infrastructure bank. I want to, Bob, maybe if you'd kick it off, but I also want Brenda to weigh in on this one as well. So Bob, and then Brenda, we're going to have you come in when Bob's done.
That's pretty appropriate. I think Brenda probably had as much to do with the infrastructure bank as anybody in the state.
Well, you know what would be great is if I could hear you, Bob.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. I have to go into it.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go.
I got it.
That better, Brenda?
Is that better? The infrastructure bank, the whole trust legislation came out of necessity. We were running out of money in a lot of programs, and there was no way. I don't know that everybody remembers, but 1982 wasn't the best year that anybody had in New Jersey. We've gone through similar times recently, and so what we were trying to do is be creative, and we got a concept within DEP that I wrote down on a piece of yellow paper, but which Brenda Davis and Lee Pereira actually ran the numbers and made it work. And the idea was to try to extend funds through making low-interest loans and grants, rather than just putting all the money out right away. And we initially intended it for Green Acres and wastewater. Dan successfully held me at bay for 2 years on wastewater because Camden County just happened to be the next grantee up, and nobody wanted us to convert their funds. And despite...
That's where we got the idea of a loan.
Despite our efforts to convince everybody that 221 people could benefit instead of just one, Dan insisted on taking us through hearings that lasted, do you remember, 2 in the morning? You would have us over there. It was great. He was the best adversary that I could have ever had. And we remain friends. I mean, it's amazing. But the bottom line was transportation had a greater need. And so Brenda and Lee worked up the trust, the concept of the trust. We took it through investment banking houses. And then we took it to the governor's office, and Tom decided that the first thing through should be transportation trust. And that was a bit of a war, but I think it's remarkable when you look around this room, and I said this to Tom this morning after I got here. It wasn't just the people in the administration. I mean, it was a marvelous administration, and there were marvelous people to work with. But we also had a good environmental community. The David Moores and the Derry Bennetts and just great people that we met with every month. We had good reporters like Joe, who you could say, hold this for a week because we don't know what we're talking about. And he would say, okay, but if you ever know, you got to tell me. And we had legislators like John and Dan that you could fight with on a big issue, and then turn around and get a co-sponsorship on the next issue. Not a bill that we've talked about today, not a single bill didn't have a Republican and a Democrat on it. So the germ of the idea came from DEP. The brains of the idea came from Brenda and Lee Pereira, and Tom did the rest. Brenda?
So, thanks, Bob. Brenda, why don't you weigh in a little bit as how the brains of the operation worked?
Well, I think it was Bob that had the brains because he kindly hired me when I moved to New Jersey, just as Tom was being elected governor. And Bob hired me as a special assistant. And I had been working for the U.S. Senate Budget Committee for a number of years when Senator Muskie chaired that committee. It was a new committee of the Senate or of Congress at the time. And as you may or may not recall, Senator Muskie was the father of all of the major early environmental legislation and laws in the United States, and particularly fond of the water treatment construction grants program. But Ronald Reagan had been president for about a year when the governor came into office, and quickly began cutting out revenue sharing to states and other grants to states, including the wastewater treatment construction grants, which was, about a $4.5 billion a year program nationally, which was huge in the time and hugely important to New Jersey, where we still had, wastewater being directly put into the ocean. So Bob came up with this idea, like, why can't we have this money as a loan? Little did he know that required a change in federal law. But just timing was good. All those people were my buddies, and Paul Arbesman was very involved as well. Bob, you remember that?
Right.
And I was shuttling to D.C., and we got a bunch of pro bono help from Wall Street, from investment bankers and public finance, and most of all, we got the governor's support. And if I remember correctly, Tom, you even testified in Congress, I think on a couple of occasions, on behalf of an amendment to the Clean Water Act to make it possible for us to receive these monies as low-interest loans, and we prevailed and changed federal law. So it was, and it became a national model, what we did in New Jersey, which is sort of my contribution to this conversation. Is there several instances of that where Tom led an initiative that really set the precedent for changes all over the country. Many states set up infrastructure banks, and as Bob said, we did it with wastewater treatment. Bob, we also did the solid waste incineration. We used to call it resource recovery. I don't know what they call it now, but the Green Acres program, transportation. So it was a pretty remarkable accomplishment by the governor and Bob and others.
Great.
Just to tell you about the national model, I started getting calls from other governors who saw this thing, and they had never seen anything like it before, and it worked. And I remember Mike Dukakis calling me from Massachusetts and saying, "Is this thing as good as I think it is?" And I said, "Yep." And he said, "Could you send me all the legislation?" So I said, "Sure." Governors, I hope they still do. Republicans and Democrats, governors got along well together in those days. And so I sent it all to Mike. Mike reads it and he calls me back about a week later and says, "I've got to introduce this in the Massachusetts legislature. I think it's the greatest thing you've ever seen." He said, "Would you mind something?" I said, "What?" "It's going to be the Dukakis Bank in Massachusetts." And I said, "Of course." But it's...
You're saying, Governor.
You couldn't hear anything I said, Brenda?
It's all good. It made everybody laugh.
Okay, all right. No, I was talking about the Dukakis infrastructure back in Massachusetts as a model.
Oh, okay.
Any other thoughts on the infrastructure bank and the creation of that? I think there are, today it's the Transportation Trust Fund that's out of money, but we don't have the will, unfortunately, politically, to do the kind of creative planning and implementation that we had back then, because we certainly have the need still, but we got to keep pushing at it. So let's shift over to the freshwater wetlands, because it's also one of those key issues that came up among many that seem to be key issues that we're discussing today. But I'm going to actually start off because of a conversation I had yesterday. I'm going to let Brenda kick this off a bit, and then I want to have Candy and John Lynch and also Jane Kelly to talk a little bit about it because they were also deeply involved. But Brenda, will you just kick it off for a minute about the freshwater wetlands?
Sure, but I think that when I got involved, it was actually long after all those others and the governor were deeply engaged in state policy on wetlands. But in the second term, 87 and 88, I think it was, the then president of the World Wildlife Fund, Bill Riley, who was a friend of mine, reached out to me and we talked about ways in which the governor might be involved in national environmental policy and landed on wetlands policy in particular. And the World Wildlife Fund was interested, at the time was very engaged in dispute resolution processes to resolve major environmental issues, and they established a national wetlands policy forum, which Governor Kane chaired, and that included all the key constituencies nationally, the major environmental NGOs like EDF, the developers, the National Home Builders Association, the key federal government officials, state legislators from, who were leaders in this field, state government officials and others. This went on for many, many months, involved, again, a lot of shuttling back and forth to Washington, D.C. I personally worked real closely with the governor on this one. He made many trips to Washington, chaired many long and very difficult meetings in Washington, D.C. on this, but the result was spectacular, which was a consensus recommendation for the country that there should be no net loss of wetlands. And the key word, obviously, is consensus. All of those people, the developers, everybody agreed to this. There was a major press conference to share this result, and shortly thereafter, the first George Bush became president. His new assistant secretary for Fish, Wildlife, and Parks and others was one of the members, a state senator from Wyoming, who was one of the members of the policy forum chaired by the governor. And it became national, federal, U.S. policy for no net loss of wetlands. So once again, establishing a major environmental breakthrough for the country. Tom Kane did that.
What year was that, was the law passed? 87?
It was in around 87,
Okay.
88-ish.
Okay, so
I know it was the kind of the middle of the second term, just before George Herbert Walker Bush was became president.
And Candy,
it went on. It took a year or so, Chris.
Yeah. Okay. Candy, take us back to some of the earlier talks or the work on freshwater wetlands.
Well, as you know, we've been worrying about the wetlands for a very long time, and the federal activity that Brenda talks about was very key to moving the whole issue in New Jersey, because it, as she says, Tom was already involved, and so when we got down to doing our negotiations, shall we say, of how to protect the New Jersey wetlands, we had an awful lot of background already, and we had a lot of science. In New Jersey, there was a whole lot of background science that helped us move the ball, so to speak. So I think my memory of it is, which is probably faulty, is that we did a lot of negotiating, but we didn't have a lot of disagreement. It was just a question of applying what we knew to the land use that was involved.
Mm-hmm. John, here, why does a New Brunswick mayor and state senate president want to be involved in so many environmental issues dealing with?
There's a relatively simple answer, however, that Maureen Ogden is a very difficult person to say no to. So Maureen and Candy came to me and asked me to sign on to this legislation, and then explain to me what wetlands really are. And all the benefits that flow from them and the very various characteristics with the hydrophobic soils and so forth, and that they work on preservation, flood control, cleaning up pollutants and so forth. And after a crash course and so forth, I was convinced that they were on the right track. And Tom, that bond issue in '87, the Green Acres got a piece of it, and you said it was a Band-Aid. You weren't a Band-Aid. You're actually the poster child for the bond issue because you had so much political cachet in the program, which is very healthy and got us to be able to pass the cultural and heritage bond issue, which again was Maureen. And so I wish she was here today because I give her most of the credit for it. She tried to tell me that I was essential to getting this passed, which turned out not to be true. What was essential to getting it passed was the governor, and when he used an executive order to put a moratorium in place on any building permits in the wetlands in New Jersey, which, I don't know, 400,000 acres or whatever. So that sort of brought everybody to the table in a hurry. And there were two different constituencies on the regulated side / development side. One, of course, is the housing industry, and the other was NIOP. And Jane Kelly, who was instrumental in getting this accomplished on a day-to-day basis and who was a pleasure to work with, was victimized by all of the loyal opposition. And I had the pleasure of interacting with them as necessary. So there was one person, however, and I credit the governor, the moratorium, Jane, and Maureen with accomplishing this legislation. But on the other side of the coin, we really needed to get one of the constituencies on board. And Frank Visalia was the head of Raritan Center, Federal Business Centers, and he also was the president of the state NIOP. And 3 years later, he became the president of the national NIOP. Unfortunately, Frank passed away about a year after that. Type A personality, 3 packs of cigarettes. But he wanted to make a deal. And I know Jane was very instrumental in getting that accomplished. And the rest is history. Part of the program, of course, was the assumption we had to take over the Army Corps 404 permitting under the Clean Water Act, which had holes in it, were allowing for a lot of fill that was going on and destroying a lot of wetlands. And so as a result, New Jersey accomplished the assumption 6 years later with the federal government. So we became number 2 to Michigan, but I think it was a model, and the people that I worked on it did a phenomenal job. I was a bit player at best, but it was fun.
Interesting when a Senate president's a bit player, but Jane, talk about it from your perspective.
Well, I joined the Kane administration at the end of 1984, and even at that time, I think, Nancy, you'll remember, there was a real effort to try to put freshwater wetlands legislation in place. It just didn't really sort of coalesce until probably early '87, when I know there was a bill introduced in the Assembly in January by Maureen Ogden Lynch bill. But what happened from there was a lot of talk, but nothing was really moving. There were meetings. There was, in fact, there were meetings that the governor will probably remember that we were routinely excluded from. Senator Lynch will probably remember that too. And things weren't happening. I actually had the moratorium written, and Mike, you remember this, on my desk for months and months, and I couldn't figure out why we weren't doing it because it was going nowhere. Mike Cole was the one who actually explained that to me in June when the governor issued the moratorium. I think it was June 5th. And Mike said, Jane, it's June. It's the building season. Of course you're going to do it now. You're not going to do it in March or February. But what happened was Senator Lynch had asked Senator Dalton to kind of spearhead a series of meetings. And so the participants, along with the builders, the industrial park builders, and also the home builders, were Mike Catania and me, and the Audubon Society, which was Tom Gilmore.
Yeah, Tom Gilmore.
Yes, and Tom Wells. And so we sat down and with Senator Dalton, and I remember Mark Conley was the legislative aide at the time, and hammered out a lot of the issues. But still, it just kept languishing to the point where the moratorium was issued. And that, as I said, was June 5th. And I think we then had a few more meetings after that. And Mike, you'll remember, there was still a lot of pushback on their part. I think they weren't. And so we at one point just said, okay, and got up to leave. And I think they realized, okay, we have to do this. So I think within a week or so, there was a bill. And the governor signed it on July 1st.
The buffers became most contentious at the
Yeah.
end.
Yeah, John Weingart.
There's an earlier chapter to this at the beginning of the Kane administration. It goes back to what you said, Governor, at the beginning, Helen Fenske. So Helen Fenske was appointed as Assistant Commissioner in the Department of Environmental Protection. Bob was Commissioner, but the understanding of everyone in the department was that Helen Fenske worked for Governor Kane without much in the middle. I reported to Helen Fenske, but there was also another Assistant Commissioner, Don Graham, who checked up on me. So I was saying, Governor, before it was I had...
That was Bob's appointment.
Divorced parents. But Helen believed that the department, it was a matter of will, that DEP had the power to regulate freshwater wetlands under the stream encroachment law and a couple of others. And it was just the recalcitrant Division of Water Resources that wouldn't agree to do that. And so she tried to enlist everyone who worked directly for her, including me, to argue on that, to advance that position. And I'm not sure if that pushed the introduction of the bill away a year or two, but that was definitely a tension within some parts of DEP for the first year or two of the administration.
Chris, can I jump in on
Yes.
that? I have to say, I think that the Freshwater Wetlands Act is really an example of Tom Keene doing his very best imitation of Teddy Roosevelt. First, he gave the legislature a number of years, and a bill passed one house, didn't pass the other house. It was pretty clear that there was going to be substantial opposition. And first, the governor kind of publicly came out, I think he called wetlands the unsung heroes of the environment for the role that they play, and really had a kind of a public education function. And then he made it basically clear that he was going to use the full powers of his office to get this legislation passed. And the meeting that Jane and I talked about, I mean, the timing of the moratorium was such that in addition to the building season starting then, guess who takes the summer off? The Supreme Court of New Jersey. So we were able to sit with the attorneys for the builders, I remember Mort Goldfein was representing them, and the Office Park people, and say, okay, we want this bill passed by June 30th, and if not, we'll see you next building season. You want to come back a year from now and start this conversation? Because the moratorium's in place, everything is shut down. And Governor, you gave them no choice but to relent and a bill passed after 3 or 4 years of debates and stalemate. The bill passed. I was standing with you when you ripped up the executive order imposing the moratorium as you signed the legislation. And that was still one of the most emotional moments for me of your entire administration.
Just, I like that moment too. But I've been involved. The toughest fight I had in in all my 10 years in the legislature have been the Coastal Protection Act, which I sponsored in the Assembly. And so I've had that very much in my mind, how tough it was to get this kind of legislation through, because there was so much money, frankly, on the other side. It wasn't just people, it was campaign contributions, it was money. And so I knew how tough it was, but I thought frankly with Maureen and John we had a crack at it, and we worked that way for a long time. And then I started to think in terms of the moratorium. I hesitated for a couple of reasons. One, you're right, was I want to do it at a time when it would be most punishing. But the other was that my Attorney General said you're doing something that's illegal. And I said, oh? And he said, I don't think you can sustain that one. I don't think your governor has that power. And I said to the Attorney General, I said, oh, and I think we're going to find out. And so I'd been advised not to do it. And but when we did do it, there was a bit of tension because the question was whether the Supreme Court was going to issue a stay order. Because if they had issued a stay order, then my executive order wouldn't have been effective, and we would have gone into a long court battle. May not have won it. But I remember sitting in the office and having, I don't know, maybe you, Jane, one of the counsels came in and said, they didn't issue a stay. They'll hear the case. And within, I think it was 15 minutes of that, we got a call from the people who've been most in opposition to the bill. How fast can we get one through, and how fast can you sign it? And it happened, but it was good people in the counsel's office as usual. It was good people outside, and good people in the legislature, and that one was fun.
Tom, did you want to add anything on this particular conversation?
On the theme of bipartisanship, the bill that got through the Assembly that came over to the Senate was badly maimed. It had buffers in it. We liked that, but there were some really bad things in it. And we just had to get it out of the Assembly because the clock was ticking and we weren't going to get through that session. And so when it got over to the Senate, Dan took over and shaped the bill into something that we could all be proud of. And it wasn't about Republican or Democrat. It was working with the governor to make sure we got the best bill out. And a corollary to that was when you were at EPA and working. You had Mario Del Vicario as your marine and wetlands guy, and I remember in negotiations. I'm sure Jane remembers this too, where there were certain things in the federal law that were actually stronger or as strong as the state law, and Dan would just turn to Mario and said, "Do we need this?" And those things were off the table because we needed it to assume the federal program, and so it was the interaction between you at EPA and the governor and Dan that all pulled this thing together to make it a good polished bill that then could, get passed.
Dan, any comment on it from your perspective?
I remember, John tasking me with the putting the bill together and meeting with everyone in the all the interested parties. And this is funny, Governor, and you probably don't recall this, but so I think we're right there, and I think we're going to get this bill. We're going to get everybody on board. We're going to get the votes, and then I got word the governor's issuing a moratorium, and I'm thinking, So we had worked a long time, and I remember going to the governor and saying, "Governor, we were right there," and he goes, "Dan, we are there. Catch up."
I just realized as we've been talking this morning and up to now, one of the things that is a hallmark, I think, of this administration, and I don't think it was as much, well, there may be some in Brendan Burns' administration as well, but certainly less each year, is the creative use of law by government leaders for the common good. And the example that comes to mind for me is that it's not the freshwater wetlands bill, but related to it, a couple years later now, when I was DEP commissioner, we had an issue that was certainly wetlands related, but not directly to this, was the permit for the Chatham Township sewage treatment plant, which was going for an expansion of their permit to ultimately add an enormous amount of water to what amounts to a bathtub that doesn't have a drain. That's what the Great Swamp is. And so this was being discharged to the Great Swamp. And Helen Fenske came to me and said, we should deny this permit. And there was a battle going on about the engineers in the department saying, oh no, we can engineer around this problem. And Helen came up with the idea that, or someone with Helen, that we could use the broader powers to say that rather than a point source discharge, which this was out of a pipe, we would argue that a non-point source impact, meaning this great volume of water, would be a reason to deny the permit. We denied that permit, and out of that denial came the creation of the Great Swamp Watershed Advisory Committee, and then ultimately the 10 Towns Committee, which made a regional plan around the Great Swamp, which is probably one of the more successful examples in the state of regional planning, doing a good job of balancing the environment with economic development. But throughout this theme, whether it's using the Superfund law and the hazardous waste things that we did and the creative use of the law there, to things in solid waste and elsewhere. It was always trying to figure out how can you take the law and use it creatively, but for the common good and in concert, and again, the theme, again, bipartisanship and hard work by staff people. So it's something we ought to think or talk about more.
Bill Gormley made the point you made, I think, by saying that if you give DEP a keyhole, they'll find a way to put an elephant through it.
Exactly. All right, so let's shift over to, speaking of regional plans, let's go to the big regional plan, which is the New Jersey State Plan. And I want to have, again, Candy, if you'd start this off on the state plan, and then Ingrid, would you give us some of your thoughts on it as well?
Well, the state plan legislation.
Can you use the mic, speak into the mic?
To me, one of the problems with the State Planning Act is that it's not specific enough. And so when we started out, we had Jim Gilbert as chair, and Tom, I went to see Tom. I said, I've been doing the Pinelands all these years, maybe I can help. So I was there, and some other very good people, including Feather and others. And it was a very good effort, I think. The problem is that it's very difficult to implement in the sense that it doesn't have the teeth that are needed to make it happen. And so there is a state plan. Michelle served on the State Planning Commission also, but it is, because of the way the act is written, and the implementation is almost impossible to meet the goals that are set out in the act. So now we're waiting for a state plan from the current administration, because they've put everything on the table, put away everything. Someday we'll know what they plan to do. But to me, being interested in land use planning, and especially regional land use planning, it's all in how you write the statute, unfortunately.
Ingrid?
I guess I wasn't any more optimistic than Candy when it finally got to the act being passed. But on hindsight, I think it was really a very big move in New Jersey. And it resulted from things we haven't talked about today at all. One of it was the courts. Suburbanization had really had a great foothold in New Jersey, and the Mount Laurel issue was one of those issues that came up with suburbanization. I think it also, there was some frustration because even though the bond issues had been passed and we were preserving open space, we just weren't doing it in the right places necessarily and fast enough to make sure that New Jersey would still have green. And so the state plan isn't even on David Anderson's list as something under the environment, and I think it could be a green and seen as a green and brown effort, because you had the remediation efforts, the sense of investment in urban places that made it possible for people to say, we need to put development where there is some infrastructure. It's not all bad. And you just couldn't buy enough open space, and you had environmental problems of protecting wetlands, water, and you had to implement a new sewer plan, where the 301 and the 208, where were the sewers going to go? And it just got to be a recognition that you couldn't solve this problem by either municipal zoning or even with the passive role that counties had. So I think one of the interesting things about the state plan, as well as the leadership that came for it within the governor's office from Carrie Edwards and Feather O'Connor, two people who have really not been mentioned today, but Feather O'Connor having her eye on the purse and how we were going to deal out the money, and Carrie Edwards having that quintessential sense of what you can get through law and negotiation, but it not really coming together. And so the state plan is not a strong plan, but I think it's just interesting that it's part of our culture. And the most recent bill where we were discussing how we're going to have urban aid refers to planning areas 1 and 2 and a little bit of 3. And I think
a very old map.
Well, whatever, the conversation in New Jersey over the years has simply changed from not addressing where development should go or shouldn't go to having that question on the table. It's in every municipal land use plan now. Counties really were forced into playing a role through cross-acceptance. And although it's not anywhere near perfect, I think it moved New Jersey into a different realm of saying that the state has responsibility and you can't do it alone in a municipality or a county. You're just too connected. Now, how that all plays out, who knows? But it just seemed to me that that it's just a different ballgame because of what was happening in the 80s and the kinds of things we were trying to do, that we still don't have enough direction of what the state wants to see happen and how we hold others responsible. So it's a messy process. New Jersey, again, was a pioneer. Another area that happened with this is that an academic institution, mainly Princeton, was in the background of playing a role of introducing this to legislators. We made friends through Feather and through me with Oregon. The idea of New Jersey Future came because Governor McCall said to that he couldn't implement this plan. You have to it's sort of the Roosevelt thing. You have to come in and pressure me. And through Henry Richmond from Oregon, we learned. But those two people, the one from John DeGrove and Henry Richmond, when they came, they went around to visit the legislators on our behalf and told them about how it was done in New Jersey and so on. We probably need to do more of that. But Mort Goldfein, who I just heard mentioned, he came on board along with Bruce Coe to help found New Jersey Future and said, this is good for business. We shouldn't fool around anymore. Just tell us where we can develop and where we can't develop. And again, it's not perfect, but people now ask those questions and in some ways behave that way. So I think, Governor, you were there supporting it. I always wondered if you knew all this stuff that was going on with
what year did the state plan pass?
87.
87.
Yeah.
So, Bob, was there some groundwork at the DEP, or was there stuff going in that led to how was the DEP involved at the time?
This is really past me. You know, I didn't have anything to do with the development of the state plan. And I think I think it probably would be much different if Tom Kean could have served a third term.
Right. Yeah.
But these are the kinds of things that you have to stay after. And when you say plan, you have to have some idea of how you're going to put that plan together.
Right. It's more a strategy than a plan.
And how you're going to regionalize that plan, which I think is the way you got to build every plan. I don't think you never build anything from the top. So I think Tom his administration didn't have time to do that. And I think you think about it all these many years later, and what we have is a narrative. I don't call that a plan.
No.
And I think narratives are like, they all sound good, don't they? It's like a local community doing a master plan. We're going to save green acres. We're going to do this. We're going to do. It's great. Turn it into a zoning ordinance, and it becomes real. And so I think a state plan without a map, with general narrative, is not a state plan. And I think probably that's too bad. We probably missed 15 years.
Right. Brenda, hold on just a second, Michael. Brenda, were you involved at all in the state plan through the governor's office side?
Yeah, I was, but nothing to the extent of those who've already spoken. But I don't think I can really add anything.
Michael?
To what they said.
I think it's instructive that the legislature considered a specific amendment to the State Planning Act that Jerry Stockman tried very hard to get passed on the floor of the Senate to make the plan binding, not only on state agencies but on local government.
Right.
The exact language from the Pinelands statute that basically says subsequent to the adoption of the comprehensive management plan, everybody has to listen to it, which, even though that's been controversial, actually made the plan stick. But having considered that and rejected that, we basically got sentenced to, as Bob said, 15 years of debating. Do we really mean it? Who's bound by this? Do even the other cabinet officers have to listen to, the mandates in the state plan, much less local governments. We go through cross-acceptance. It's just been a torturous process. And I think, one of the things we learned that if you're going to have a regional zoning plan, it really has to be a regional zoning plan. Otherwise, it's just, some very nice concepts and things that we'll do if we feel like it, but if we don't feel like it, it's not particularly binding on anyone.
All right, so let's use that as a segue into the talking about the Coastal Commission. Speaking of regional plans, I'm sorry. Did you want to mention something on the state plan first? Go ahead, Michelle, before we go off. Yes, go ahead.
Well, really quickly, I think the act itself is, has its weaknesses. I agree completely with Ingrid and Candy on that. But it does still have very solid language in there. And if we did get solid leadership from the governor's office in the future, I think that there's so much that could be done with that act itself. And in the meantime, we do have a body of case law that's been established. We have a lot of planning concepts that have been integrated into the system. So I think we've lost a lot of time. It's been a big disappointment in so many ways. I came on in Whitman's administration, and I went through McGreevey and into Corzine, and every single governor completely took another chip away from its independence, disempowered it even more, made it into something else, ignored it, and now we have a 40-page document that's meaningless. So it's been very, very disappointing, but be that as it may, we do have an act that could be utilized strongly if we had the leadership.
So it's still on the books, it needs to be administered.
And it is in our culture. I do think that there's enough that you could pick up on it.
Okay. So over the Coastal Commission for a moment, I'm going to, again, Brendan, I'm going to ask you to kick it off, and then John Weingart, I'm going to also have weigh in on this, because I think you guys were both fairly heavily involved in it.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Chris. Well, this is not one where we succeeded, nor did we set a national standard, I would say, but we got pretty close. It would have made a real difference, I think, in the events of recent years on the New Jersey shore. But at the beginning of Tom's second term, when he appointed me to his cabinet, I was new and nervous and scared, and made a little appointment, went over to talk to him about his priorities, and he gave me one at the time, which was to he said something like, do something about the New Jersey shore, stuff washing up on the beaches, etc. And that was my guidance. So I had just hired Ralph Izzo. I thought every governor should have a nuclear physicist working for them. And Ralph, of course, now is CEO and chairman of PSE&G. But he was an enormously creative person, and I asked him to come up with some options for us to take to the governor, and together we developed a proposal for a coastal commission, which was to be a planning and to some extent self-governance organization, but it was a governance body. And the governor loved it, and again, he gave me lengthy guidance, which was, I think, 3 words: get the mayors, or maybe it was 4 words: get the mayors on board. So I went back to my mentor, Bob Huey, and his buddy, Bill Gormley, who assigned Don Graham to work with me. And Don and I, over the course of several months, spent a whole lot of time in the car driving up and down the coast of New Jersey, visiting every single shore mayor, every county executive, developers, anybody who would meet with us, but a real focus on enlisting support from the mayors and county leadership. And we did that and had, again, a big roadshow, press conferences and things involving mayors and leadership among the community of mayors. It was another situation, like Tom pointed out a moment ago, of a lot of money on the other side, with home builders and others. But in the end, we came within 1 vote of enactment. And what's interesting, I think, to the history books is that we lost the Coastal Commission, again, on 1 vote, and it was over an amendment that had been included in the the bill that would have prohibited rebuilding on the New Jersey shore after a storm. And at the time, we knew that would be the kiss of death for the legislation. It was included. We lost by 1 vote, and kind of a fascinating ending in hindsight.
John, a comment, and also, Bob, I would like you to comment a little bit too. Go ahead, John.
I didn't think the Coastal Commission was a good idea. I thought that the DEP had just in 1980 adopted a coastal management program which had detailed policies for what could and shouldn't be built. But the problem was that CAFRA didn't have enough teeth in it to regulate developments of less than 25 housing units. And I thought that DEP had adopted a shore protection master plan around the same period, just toward the end of the Byrne administration. So I didn't think it was a good idea, and I wasn't, one of the good things about the Kane administration that hasn't been mentioned enough today was on permit matters, and I was the acting director of the Division of Coastal Resources for 3 years, and then the director for the rest of the administration. I never got any developers would come meet with us and say, I was with the governor last night and he's going to call you about whatever, and we never got calls about any of that. So the fact that I didn't agree with the Coastal Commission idea, I wasn't part of the discussions after I made that clear.
Bob?
John, that's not fair.
Well, no. Actually, Brenda, I would take that as a positive in that we never, none of us, to my knowledge, ever forced governmental staff to do something that principally they could not feel they could support. And
I meant that as a positive.
As a very positive thing that occurred in this administration in particular. That is, I think, what John was referring to.
Absolutely.
But let me say this. Let me say this in terms of what John said. That's a reasonable position to have, but it also became an excuse for a lot of people who didn't want to support the Coastal Commission. We already have this. That's what CAFRA does. In retrospect, Brenda and Don Graham did a job that I told them they didn't have a chance of selling. I didn't think they could ever sell that to the shore mayors. I didn't think they could sell it to the counties. They did a tremendous job. They got killed by a boneheaded amendment. That's the kind of amendment that, we're talking now in New Jersey, people are reintroducing legislation on a coastal commission. I don't think it's got a chance, and it's only in on one side, but that amendment wouldn't pass today. Shouldn't pass today. You can tell people under what conditions they can build or not build, or you can agree to buy their house, which is a concept that we tried to sell in 1984. We actually had Bill Bradley ready to sponsor legislation that would have changed FEMA so that we could buy out places on the shore in the event of a storm. The federal government could have invested once instead of 6 times. But it didn't work. But that's the kind of an amendment, if you live at the shore, and I do, that as soon as it got put on the bill, it doomed the bill. And you think about it, you got 1 vote shy with that, it shows you how remarkable the job was that they did.
Who sponsored the bill in the Senate? Was it a Senate bill? What was the, how?
I don't know.
No, we lost in the Senate.
You lost in the Senate?
Yeah.
Do you remember who the sponsor was, Dan?
No, I remember the vote we didn't get, but I don't remember. It was, I thought that it was a natural step beyond CAFRA. I remember the arguments when we got through CAFRA, and there were things left out of that bill that I wanted in, that we had to do pass it, including a little piece of the coast that was carved out by a fellow called Jimmy Cafero, who wouldn't vote for the bill unless we carved out his little thing. And that was necessary to get that bill through. But there was things in CAFRA that weren't done. And I thought this was an overlay to CAFRA, which would pick up those problems, include the whole coast. And and enable us to prepare for the storm that we all knew was coming at some point or other, particularly if we got the mayors involved so that they would not only be for the bill, but then work with us after it passed. And frankly, you know, it wasn't just the one vote. We ran out of time because if I'd had another year, I would have come back with it, and I think we would have gotten it.
Yeah.
But we just ran out of time.
Well, and speaking of running out of time, Bob, you mentioned that, how did you phrase it, about the, lost my train of thought on your point, but my point I'm trying to make, that was related to, pardon me, that a former governor, not to be named, has recently said, we still need a coastal commission, and maybe we ought to think about doing it. And I think it was in the following Hurricane Sandy. You know who that was?
I know the present governor said not now. That's what I do remember.
I think, Chris, you look at this now when people should be paying attention, and they've taken, and they is generic, I'm not picking on anybody here, you know. This is not a political statement, but they have taken exactly the different position. You know, they're going to manage this from the top. They haven't met with the mayors. They've adopted the maps 2 years before FEMA has, and now all these local communities are on their own. If you want to contest the maps, you're doing it by yourself. Think about the enormous waste of money. Whereas in our day, that would have been run by the governor's office or by DEP. And we would have been meeting with the mayors and saying, how can we help? And then we would have been compromising as we went through the issues. And instead of that, we've taken a completely different position. So that's why I say, is a coastal commission possible today? I think far more remote than when Tom tried to push it.
All right. So, yes, Michael, comment?
I was actually at the John Weingart School on the Coastal Commission, and I feel compelled to say that. But, and Governor, I think that the reason that some people in the environmental community were uncomfortable with it is that it was not perceived as a strengthening of CAFRA. Instead, it was perceived as a dismantling of CAFRA and replacing a state system that needed to be made stronger with basically something that would turn control back over to the counties and the local governments. And it was perceived as going in the wrong direction. And I think that's exactly the perception now, that particularly how this administration has handled the Highlands, that to basically take DEP's jurisdiction in the coastal area and diffuse it and weaken it by turning it back to a myriad of local governments, I think is perceived as a step in the wrong direction. It's probably the only time I think that people kind of question the direction. I think it was did have a lot to do with the fact that it was at the tail end of your administration, and there wasn't time to really get the message out that well. So when combined with the logical and political opposition that it was getting, you just ran out of time to make the case.
So, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I was just going to remark that I wish Derry Bennett was here, because I'm sure he would have some choice stories. I remember this was my earliest times as an intern with the American Littoral Society, and I think, Brenda, he called you the steel magnolia, that you could accomplish just about anything. And he was very impressed with your ability to convince people that this was the right, and in fact, I think you ultimately convinced him that it was a good step in the right direction. Yeah.
The one thing.
I couldn't hear who I convinced.
Derry Bennett.
Oh. Yeah, I think so.
What Cindy's it?
And you were talking about she convinced Derry, or you, or both?
No. Brenda, you convinced Derry that the Coastal Commission was the right thing to do. I think he was a little,
Most of Derry speaking.
not very, what? He was not all that enamored, I think, at the beginning, because, he was concerned, about who would be appointed and how it would all work. But at the end of the day, I think he was a strong member of your team.
Yes, he was. That's correct.
I'm going to deviate a little bit, but one thing that wasn't on our agenda today that happened in the Kane administration was the first purchase of the farmland easement under a act that's been around a while that didn't have any action was, to me, got started in farmland preservation and a pretty good record getting that done and funding it. And
yeah, good point. Good point. But in the interest of time, I'm going to note that, but I'm going to move on to the ocean and beach pollution issue. And I don't know who best to kick it off, but all that I know is I was deep in the middle of that one. I was DEP commissioner, I was regional administrator at EPA when stuff started coming up on the beaches in 87 and then again in 88. And then without realizing maybe what I was doing, as I shifted over to DEP, I tossed the problem into my own lap. But we, as all of us know, we had all that material that was washing up, and I can remember that what we ultimately did was take advantage of the fact that we had had for many, many years an EPA helicopter, and that helicopter would take samples from Cape May out to Montauk Point. And the only reason we had a helicopter, and we were the only region in New Jersey with a helicopter, is because we had a guy named Herb Barrick, who is now about to become, or if he's not the chairman, I think he's the vice chair of the Environmental Infrastructure Trust. But Herb Barrick was the head of policy and planning, or policy rather, and management for the regional office. And he was a long-time government employee who managed to know where all the surplus things were. And he managed to get from the Army a surplus helicopter. And so we had a helicopter. And those samples were taken, and because of that, we understood the dynamics of the ocean in such a way, and were able to follow where some of this material was coming from. And we came up with a term ultimately of refloatables, because in a high tide event and a storm and a full moon, when the waters rose, all the debris on the shorelines of the harbor would come back off the shore and float out, and then they would, as it turns out, a lot of it would get under the Verrazano Narrows Bridge, where you could probably furnish your home. Couches, chairs, tables, you name it, it was floating there. And then in the trick of winds and tides, it all stripped off, and we had that 50-mile garbage strip, which was only about 10 yards wide. It wasn't that wide, it was just long. And then it would then wash into the shore. And if you added that, plus everybody thought it was illegal dumping, which it turned out not to be almost at all, because we had local, state, regional, and federal law enforcement officials trying to find the illegal dumpers. And I had had enough experience with the state police that I knew that when they wanted to get their person, they found that person, and they couldn't find anybody. They found one or two examples of some minor things, but it turned out that it was a combination of the slobs that were using the Jersey Shore, who would leave all manner of debris on the sand before the high tide came up, the boaters in the back bays who threw everything overboard, New York City that didn't have its street sweeping operations and cleanups, the shoreline that I mentioned ahead of time. And when you add it all together, we had a mess on our hands. And we finally figured out, I can remember when now as DEP commissioner, Don Dieso and George McCann coming into the office, Michael, you were there too, and said, we got an idea. Let's call Bill Fawver. And Bill Fawver was the corrections commissioner. And so we took a group of prisoners and we walked the Jersey shoreline and the harbors, and in the first summer cleaned up 4 million pounds of debris, 96% of which was wood. And it was coming from things like not only the harbor piers that were rotting and would fall in, but the Corps of Engineers would collect all that and then load it on barges, tow them 17 miles out and burn them at sea. And they would have a habit of dropping a lot of it on the way out because they overloaded the barges. But we spent, we finally figured it out, and literally in 2 summers we pretty much stopped that debris. And I don't know if others have a recollection of it. Michael, you should probably speak to it some because you were there, and also Bob Tucker. Go ahead.
Brenda was involved.
And Brenda was involved as well, that's right. But Bob, why don't you start first?
I have a recollection that sewage sludge was washing up on the beach in 85, 86. We had the dolphin deaths.
Yeah,
And some dentist was arrested for grabbing medical waste.
That was in the Meadowlands, and that was a little bit of medical waste, but I don't think that was what was on the shore.
Okay, but we also had the dolphin deaths, which,
Right.
I mean, these culminated in outrage. I have to hand it to Cindy as if to.
Yeah,
open
we
ears,
need
see and
Cindy to
mobilize
weigh in,
public
too.
support for dealing with the dumping
Yeah,
issues. And
I can tell you that in the end, that the total amount of debris that was medical waste that we collected the one time we did it was, I think filled 2 garbage bags is all. Because it was just the idea that one needle was, so disgusting. But let's have Michael, you take a crack, and Cindy and Brenda as well.
I'll go to my grave not understanding why it is that the mysterious aspect of ocean currents that make whatever waste is getting into the ocean, the ground zero where it washes up is the Governor's Ocean House at Island Beach State Park. And Governor, you don't know this, but Tom Burke and I were in a helicopter with you. You had closed the shore by executive order from Sandy Hook to Cape May. Tom was Deputy Commissioner of Health, I was Deputy Commissioner of DEP, and we're doing a tour of you. The entire shore is closed. We're flying from Cape May, Sandy Hook south, and the only people on the Jersey Shore in violation of your order are the DEP attorneys having their annual summer picnic. And as and you tell the helicopter pilot, let's go closer, and everyone's waving at us. And you turned to me and you said, why are those people waving at you, Michael? And I said, Governor, I'm sure they're waving at you. They can tell it's your helicopter. He said, I don't think it's marked on the outside. It was one of those issues that, it kind of came out of nowhere, and we found out, as Chris said, that there were multiple sources. There was a barge loading facility in Middlesex County in Raritan Bay that apparently every time a high tide would come in, a certain amount would wash off the barges, and the ocean currents would carry it.
I forgot too, Fresh Kills landfill was not being handled properly, and the barges coming out of New York City were in that wind tunnel, and a lot of that garbage was blowing off the barges too.
Yeah. Tom?
So, Governor, you might remember that day because we weren't quite sure how you were going to handle the press conference live on the dunes. We were there at your beach house, and Chris came down in the EPA helicopter. We met you with the governor's helicopter, and we were going to go, that's before 24-hour news, that we were going to go live at noon on the beaches. And we didn't have very good answers for you. So you quoted the Drifters. Under the boardwalk down by the sea, don't mess with me, or something like that. And it was a turning point where you said, we are more committed to reopening these beaches, which you did within a few hours after a thorough cleaning. We were beginning to realize that things were not washing up on the beaches, but washing off from the beaches and then back. And it was a turning point. And I'll never forget that day because I really didn't know how you were going to face the national media, but it was, I think, another real success because at that point we began to really turn the corner and put the medical waste in perspective, which led to the Medical Waste Tracking Act and all of the measures where the beaches are pretty clean now as you walk the beaches at night. You don't have to step on sharp objects anymore.
Cindy?
Well, I guess I come to this, again, as I said, I was very young. I was an intern with the American Littoral Society and had just learned about all the ocean dumping. We were the ocean dumping capital of the world. We had 8 ocean dump sites off our coast, and we had the results of being downstream of the most densely populated urbanized areas in the United States. We had a lot of sewage treatment plants that weren't up to snuff. I remember my first press conference in 1985 was with a commercial fisherman, Captain Ed Malashevsky, where he brought his nets to the press conference. Again, it was a brave move on his part to show the hair and the synthetic fibers and the sludge that coated his nets from going fishing off our coast. And he'd talk about how he would, his family, after a day of fishing, he'd bring his nets home, and the entire family, the little children and everybody, would go out with the wire brushes and try to scrape them clean. And so I think there was just this constant series of events. And given your crisis management from the land-based side we heard about earlier this morning, you were well up to the task. when the dead and dying dolphins washed up, when the medical waste washed up, when there were over 800 beach closings in 1 year, in one summer, just in Monmouth County. You stepped up to that challenge. You put out the 14-point plan, I think it was. Of course, we wanted more, but it was a good. There were hearings. There was a great buzz about it, and there was just that leadership that you pulled to resolve these issues, and it included getting the Department of Corrections out there. It included mapping all the storm drains. It included the negotiations with I guess, I don't know if it was the mayor, Koch or whatever, to get Fresh Kills landfill. It was working with the EPA. I mean, I remember that press conference when we closed the mud dump, when you closed the sewage sludge dump site. That was in 1985 as well. So there was just a series of unfortunate and series of fortunate events that led to the real leadership to get it all under control.
Brenda? Brenda, you there?
I'm sorry, I
That's okay.
had the phone on mute. All I can add is after all this great activity, we were left with the problem of how to prevent this in the future. And partnering with you, Chris, at EPA, and Michael, and Tom Burke, and Dick, and everybody, we came up with the 14-point Ocean Pollution Prevention Plan, which I remember very well, and it was obviously in response to this huge, I think it was, wasn't it, Chris, a 50-mile slick of garbage. It wasn't real wide, but it managed to cover a long stretch of the beaches. And unlike the Coastal Commission, these 14 points flew through the legislature, even though there were many of the same elements buried in the 14 points. But that was how we responded out of the governor's office, and the governor personally asked for these this action on the part of the legislature and others. And we did a lot of work with the state of New York, obviously, with you, Chris.
Yeah, in fact,
and the city.
When I was at EPA, I got to think about this for a minute, but we had 2 remaining corporations that were dumping massive amounts of acid waste into the ocean as they using the high alkalinity of the ocean to neutralize the acid, which it would do, but it would still kill off the first layer of plankton or whatever. Then there was the barges from the Corps of Engineers that were towing out the driftwood and so on, 17 miles out and burning it. We had the ocean sewage dump site, which was 6 miles off the coast? 12 mile, right, 12-mile site. We had the, what was the other dumping that was going on? What am I forgetting? Pardon me?
Cellar dirt dump site?
Oh, cellar dirt dump site. Then we had what Cindy referenced was a number of sewage treatment plants along the Jersey Shore that were at only primary level of treatment and were dumping into the bay, and then that material would come around and be the fecal coliform that would cause the spike in counts that would make us have to close the beaches. And when you added it all up over a period of about, I think it was only not too many years, we virtually stopped every single one of those. And the one story that I can remember clearly was I was negotiating with several of them, one on the corporate side with getting the acid dumpers out, but on the ocean dumping of sewage sludge, with negotiating with New Jersey had decided to go out to then the 106-mile site, or 102-mile site rather, which is just off the continental shelf where it's 2 miles deep. And so the thought was better than 12 miles out where it landed on the ocean floor really quickly. And so New Jersey had agreed to go out there, and I was negotiating with Ed Koch for the city of New York. And I at one point got a phone call while I was in the middle of a meeting, and somebody said, Congressman Bill Hughes is on the phone. And Bill, I got on the phone with Bill, and he immediately put me on the speakerphone with 5 other congressmen. And I was just on the verge. We were very, very close to getting Ed Koch to agree to move the site. And suddenly Bill told me that a law was going to pass in the Congress. And I went back to Ed Koch and I said, we can continue these discussions, but I think it's a waste of time because it's going to change. And sure enough, the ban came in place as a result of that. And then we were doing some other things. But overall, We went for, in a very short period of time, from an enormous amount of waste still being dumped to nothing being dumped.
Yeah, this is one of the things I'm proudest of. Because of the way it was done. This was a massive problem, not only environmentally, but economically, because of the tremendous income New Jersey gets from the jobs at the shore. So to close the beaches was a huge problem. So to identify the problems, some of them major, some of them minor, but all contributing a bit to the things Chris talked about, to the waste that was in the piers, rotting piers along Jersey City, to what I used to call Mount Koch, which was that landfill on Staten Island. And we didn't, I got along fine with Ed Koch. We sued him over that. I mean, it wasn't a negotiation, it was a suit. And to cap the barges and all of that. But we put together $750 million worth of bills. That would be well over $1 billion today. I mean, it's a huge commitment by the state, by the legislature who passed it, all dedicated, with, I don't know, 24 bills? Was that a large number of bills, each one dedicated in one way or another to clean it. And it worked. I mean, absolutely worked, plus some monitoring we agreed to, which is everybody's going to test every beach once a week to make sure that we're the only state, and I think we're still the only state in the country that does that, so people are assured. So anyway, the thing worked. The major money was spent, I think, on the stormwater runoff. That was the biggest expense of the bill, but it was a huge expense. But the cleanup happened fairly fast. And then the question was, how do we convince the people to come back who have seen garbage, in some cases needles and hospital waste, that sort of thing on the beaches? How do you get them back? Because they didn't want to come back. So we were noodling that, and all of a sudden I had an idea. I said, let's call the head of Johnson & Johnson, Jim Burke, because he had this terrible Tylenol problem. And he convinced people to go back to Tylenol after they'd been poisoning it, basically. And so let me call Jim Burke. So I called Jim Burke, and he said, well, we used a group that was focus group to really test what would work. And he said, I'll give you the name of the focus group. So I said, fine. And I said, we'll hire them. So we hired the same focus group. And they get all these folks together. And they would say, we spent all this money on stormwater cleanup. We're getting New York to close that landfill. We're doing the bars. Each thing they said, and then we'd ask the people, does that make you willing to come back to the shore? And they said, no. And I said, well, what if we got the best scientists from Princeton and Rutgers, to tell you that because of everything we've done, because of $750 million of work, this shore is really clean right now. Will you come back with your family? No. We went, one thing is the governor of Cabo said didn't believe the governor, didn't believe anybody. And they just remembering the guck, and they're not going to come back to the New Jersey shore. And then toward the end, one of the last bills in the package, and the least important, was somebody had said, what if people dump off boats? Now, there's very little of that. Didn't matter much in the whole problem, but there was a bill that said if you dump off a boat, you go to jail. And somebody just, they're going through all these bills, trying to get some positive reactions from these focus groups and getting none. And finally, and there's a bill that says if you dump off these boats, that you can go to jail. And some woman looked up and said, go to jail? And the guy said, yes. Then they're serious. And two other people of focus groups were, that's really jail time for pollution? I said, yeah. Well then, if they're going to do that, that became what they're willing to come back for, because people were going to jail. So I followed up on that. I used to do, as you remember, these ads, New Jersey, New Perfect Together, which wasn't great doing, because we had to do them in February in my shorts and everything else, trying to get ready. But anyway, so I got on the beach, and I did the usual New Jersey and New ad, saying, we got these beautiful beaches and we're going to get light. We hope you'll all come, and it's a wonderful summer of coming ahead, and I'm sure it'll come down. And then I said, but if you think you're going to pollute our shore in any way, and then the scene shifted. It was the Essex County jailhouse. which is the oldest, at that point, was the oldest jail in the state, with these big, thick old doors from the last century. I said, "You will end up in here," and I slammed one of these doors. And the ad worked like magic. We ran in all the areas, and they all came back. So again, it taught me this lesson about how you got to find out how to communicate these things. You can't communicate it always the way you should communicate it. You got to find out what people understand, what people will buy, and it was a combination of the good bills and everything else I'm very proud of. But it was also the idea that going to jail was what people reacted to, and that's what got everybody came back after that.
So let's with that shift to our final topic, which is the Hudson River waterfront, and we're going to start with Martin Robbins, and then John Weingart. I'm going to have you pitch in a little on that one too. Go ahead, Martin.
Well, thank you very much. It's been a privilege to be here all day.
Hold that real close.
A little closer. Okay. First of all, I want to congratulate Governor Kane because the building of the Hudson-Bergen Light Rail line, I think, is a remarkable achievement, and it is something that some of the people in this room have used, hope many of them have used, and I think it is shaping the development of Hudson County, just as you had wished. Everything that you had dreamed about has really worked. In fact, just today, I got a call from the press, and they were asking me about this finding that millennials want to live in places where they can walk or bike or use public transportation. And the outcome of the conversation was, well, what we should be doing is doing more of what Governor Kane did in the 1980s, which was to invest in public transportation in urban areas. It's been a remarkable experience. Transit-oriented development is following it at virtually every single station. And it's something to be really proud of. But there's more to it than just the fact that it was your commitment to that made it happen, because you coordinated a lot of other things, one of which was the Transportation Trust Fund was in place when it came time to build that system, and it enabled succeeding administrations to actually go ahead and build it to its full extent. There was also the Waterfront Office, which Gary Stein and Larry Weitzer, who isn't here today, but was supposed to be, did a remarkable job in weaving together the transportation planning and the investment by the private side in the waterfront. And we had one of the best things that we did, most fun we would have, was when a new company would come to Jersey City or Hoboken. We would line up with the human resources people, the ability to advise the bewildered workers who are moving from New York to Jersey City or so, and try to tell them how to use public transportation to get to the site. And that even preceded the Hudson-Bergen Light Rail line, but now it's even easier to do that. And one other thing I wanted to mention is this gentleman on my right, John Weingart, is that John was at Coastal Zone Management, and without John's close cooperation, we never would have been able to secure all those easements for the right-of-way within Jersey City particularly, where it was just absolutely essential. And we knew we had the backing of the administration to be able to get that right-of-way. And now it's functioning. Over 20-some-odd thousand people use it every day, and the future is, the sky is the limit for that system.
So talk a little bit about the Hudson River Walkway.
Okay. Sometime in the late 70s, the Port Authority ran a conference on the Jersey side of the subject was the Jersey side of the Hudson waterfront. Peter Goldmark was the head of the Port Authority at the time. And when he spoke, he said, this area is an area of insurmountable potential. Which I always thought was a good phrase. And I think what happened, in part from the waterfront office that Martin mentioned, that the Kane administration set up, was it realized that potential. It was a remarkable change in 8 years for a number of reasons. But the DEP had adopted regulations under a 1914 law that gave us the power to regulate the first development inland along the Hudson River in this case. And what we evolved through the office, the governor's office had set up in Jersey City, and New Jersey Transit with Martin was that we basically, with our DEP, the permits that were required, we basically insisted on two things from the developers out of the 350 pages of regulations we had to say this. One was that the backyard of the site, they would keep an easement, set aside an easement for the light rail, even though the light rail wasn't envisioned yet. And the front yard, the waterfront side, they would dedicate part of that part to a walkway. And we had a plan that a consulting firm had done for a walkway that would go from Liberty State Park up to the George Washington Bridge. We didn't have money to build much of it, but the idea was that each developer would set aside a segment on their land and eventually they'd connect. And it's not the level of success that the light rail is, but there are significant parts of the waterfront that have that walkway today. And this is a result of being able to do that. And again, in this case, there was real leadership coming from the governor's office and then an ability to work to leave the regulators sort of alone to work with the regulations and issue the permits that were required.
And Brenda, when you and I spoke yesterday, you talked about the circle of mobility.
I tried not to talk about the circle of mobility, if you remember correctly. But more successfully, the Hudson River Waterfront Development Office reported to me during the second term, was run by a wonderful man named Herman Volk. And, we were engaged in many of the things that others have mentioned. I want to credit John Weingart for doing some very heavy lifting up there. When you drive into the Lincoln Tunnel, the only reason you can see the Hudson River coming around the loop there is because of John Weingart. But we worked on ferries, light rail, spent a lot of time on recruiting businesses out of Manhattan into our side of the river. Merrill Lynch comes to mind, the back office. I remember having folks in for breakfast with the governor at Drumthwacket on at least one occasion. So public transportation obviously was critical right in the area and accessing the area. So I think that's probably most I can add.
So Brenda, I will tell you that that view shed, there was a permit being requested from Hartz Mountain to build, I think, 6 stories, something like that.
16.
16 stories, which would have prevented the person in the helix driving down from being able to see the World Trade Center.
That's what I'm talking about.
Right. And you couldn't, and I said to John, John said that the permit decision was coming along through the pike, and I said, John, this makes no sense. We should approve this. Nobody driving down there should be looking across the way as they're driving, and this doesn't affect the view of anybody living on the top. And so John said, no, we got to protect this view shed. And I said, John, I'll tell you what, I'll make it easy. I'll make this decision if it comes up, and then you don't have to make it. And so because I didn't believe, as I said earlier, in making somebody do something that they didn't feel comfortable with. So sure enough, I ultimately came up to me, and I made the decision to let the view be blocked, because in the end, I thought if you're going to push urban development and redevelopment of cities, you've got to somehow every now and then give something to allow that to happen if you're going to save open space. In any event, long and short of it is, of course, we were sued, and the environmentalists took it to court. And the judge ended up ruling that I didn't have the authority as commissioner to make the decision. Really? That I had not allowed the administrative process to take its course, which was that John should have had a chance to make the decision, after which I could review it. But since I had aborted that process, the whole thing went out. In the meantime, John just smiled as though I had been set up, and then Hartz Mountain ended up changing their plan. I'm sorry, Brenda.
He's still opposing the Coastal Commission.
That's right. Exactly. That's right, Brenda. Good point. So, in any event, with that, let me just say, and I'm going to turn it over momentarily to the governor. Let me just say, Tom, that I think I speak on behalf of others, and they can all pipe if they want to say otherwise. But for me, the hallmark not just the environmental side of the administration, but really the in various areas, whether it be education or whatever area you want to choose to talk about. What I think characterized your administration more so than any since then by a long shot, and it's gotten worse in many respects successively as we've gone along, is that you had the approach that said, I'm going to surround myself with good people, people in a number of cases that were far smarter than you were on issues, with all due respect. I mean, they had expertise in certain areas, and that you were going to not only let them do their jobs, but that you were going to encourage them to do their jobs and to do what you said, always told us, do what is right, what you think is right. And we never would surprise you. If we were going to do something, we'd call you up ahead of time and tell you. But I don't recall any instances where you told any of us to do something different than we thought was right. And it enabled us to work with across party lines, across departmental lines, whatever, to get things done. And I think that, to me, is a sign of what leadership is about. I don't know if anybody wants to add to that. Bob?
I'm going to disagree with you a little.
Okay.
You know, I missed the opening today, and I asked Nancy if Tom gave his usual, shucks, they were all good people, and I just sat back and let him do it. I know. I've been there with him every time he's done it. Let me tell you something, and I mean this for everybody. We were all overrated. Frankly, we were young. We had no idea what we were doing. We bumbled along. The group of people that's here from DEP today, we called ourselves the B team. And the expectation was that sometime along the way we'd meet the A team. So we were just lucky people. We got to work for Tom King. And everything that we did, he made possible. Nobody's ever going to have an experience like that in government again.
And I thank you, Bob. And I don't mean, and I hope that what we both said is consistent in that that
you said we were smart. I said.
I meant topically. I didn't mean politically. Yeah, Joe.
Just focusing back on topic, the environment. I mean, one thing in reflecting all this before today and being here today, I mean, one reason I think you were so successful being an environmental advocate as a legislator and a governor is that you had an insight that I think few people have grasped, and I think it made this thing work. And it's like, I'm quoting you in 1982. If you don't have the good environment, you aren't going to have a healthy economy. The gifts of earth, in my mind, are the foundation of our economic health in this state and country. Environmental programs should not and must not be sacrificed just because times are difficult. A clean environment is absolutely essential to a sustained economic recovery. That was in the midst of one of the worst recessions of the last 50 years. So I think that's why you succeeded so well and probably had the most impressive environmental record, with apologies to Christy Whitman and Brendan Byrne for the great things they did, of anybody I've definitely in my reporting career. So for what that's worth.
And Joe, if I can ask Tom to, in that spirit of the sort of that perspective he had, I think it would be instructive also just to close this maybe with Tom telling us, and maybe with the help of Dave Moore and whoever else, about the creation of the DEP in 1970, because as a young legislator, Tom had been elected in 1967, I believe, to the Assembly, and then was in 1970 the sponsor of the bill that created the DEP. So I want you to give us a little of that perspective, because I think it informs this whole conversation.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody else knows this story, but it's sort of good. I will say before I tell it, though, that in spite of what Bob Huey says, the best thing I ever did was before I was governor, when I was picking people, because I hired a executive search firm. And I put Nick Brady, I guess, in charge of the committee.
I remember that one.
And said, you find the best people. And And when you narrowed them down to 2 or 3, I will interview them and I'll pick the finalist. So I didn't know Bob Huey before I picked him, before I met him in that search process. I didn't know well over half the cabinet, including the treasurer and the important people. I didn't know Saul Cooperman, the education commissioner. I didn't know these people. Didn't know the economic development guy. But we tried to pick the best. And my management style, I believe in this, is that if you pick the best within the policy guidelines, you give them their heads and they will do a job for you. And the wonderful thing is then you get the credit. But it is, we had a terrific team, starting off with a search firm that the only instructions were find the best for the various positions. Let me tell this story, and Dave will correct me where I'm wrong. I was a young legislator, shortly after Earth Day, I guess. But the guy in the legislature who sponsored, I guess, most of the environmental legislation and a close tie with environmental leaders in the state. And the big issue, among others, was we didn't have a department then. We had a Department of Conservation and Economic Development. And economic development side always won, just because they were economic development. So the environmental side, conservation side in those days felt very badly about it. And so we had a gubernatorial election coming up. So I met, I think, with you, Dave, and I think with a fellow called McLaughlin, who was then head of the Audubon Society, you two, and said, what are your priorities? What would you really like to happen in this in this election as far as the environmental side? I said, well, we've got a number of priorities, and you gave me a list, I guess. But the number one priority was, can we get a Department of Environmental Protection? And how can we do it? And I said, well, in my political experience, the people who do the best are people like the New Jersey Education Association. And what they do is they send the legislators questionnaires, and then they tell the candidates that all our members are going to see this questionnaire, and if you don't agree with them, we'll vote for somebody else. So Dave said, well, we haven't got that many members, but I think he'd said, well, I'll find a way to get it out to the members if we send the candidates a questionnaire, and we'll all consent. We haven't got money to send anything out, but I'll post it. Somebody's going to post it somewhere where Audubon, because Kim looked at it. And so we helped write the questionnaire. You sat down, Frank and I wrote the first question was, will you favor the creation of a Department of Environmental Protection? So we sent it to the two candidates. Bob Miner was running again for governor, and Bill Cahill. And we sent it out. I sent it out, I guess, in the spring. Nothing happened. Not a word. And it just sort of vanished into clean air. And so then it was October. Election was coming up in November. It was October. And I get a call from a young man who said he was working in the Cahill campaign. And he said, all of a sudden the congressman, he's a congressman then, has decided he's got to answer some of these questionnaires. Now, we got one for these environmentalists. You're the only one we know who knows anything about the environment. Would you answer it for us? So I said, well, send it to me. So I get our questionnaire back. And, of course, check, boom, 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 all the good environmental stuff, and send it back in. I don't think Cahill read it, because it went right back in the way I'd filled it out to you and to the environmental community. So, okay. Then Cahill wins the election. I'm the new, I guess, majority leader in the assembly. So I go in to the governor fairly early in the term and say, I would like to sponsor the bill to create the Department of Environmental Protection. He said, I'm not sure that I can, as a Republican, I want to expand the bureaucracy the first thing I do. And I said, Governor, my memory is that I think you were for that in the campaign. There may have been a questionnaire or something. And he said, really? And he goes, campaign said, yeah. I said, I committed to that. And I said, fine. And so we put together the bill. So, Dave, correct me if I'm wrong at any point, but I think that was how the department got created. All of you have been commissioners. That's how we got a department. This is how politics works.
I think you're right. There was an environmental mafia of half a dozen people. As I mentioned, none of them are alive anymore. Frank McLaughlin, excuse me,
Dick Goodenough, Helen Fensky, Dick Thorsell. We had a ringer in the name of Philippa Lampe, who was the Secretary of Agriculture forever. And a little later, Derry Bennett came on board too. But it was that initial group that you were meeting with that framed that opportunity that worked out.
Anyway, that's how important legislation is created.
So Nancy, do you have any closing comments? Or,
No, do you
then
have any closing comments?
Yeah.
It's free.
No, except thank you all for taking the time today, because this has been great fun for me. I mean, it's just seeing all of you to begin with, and again, and reminiscing about some good times with good people. It's they were good years, and I thank all of you who helped in so many ways to make them good years. And Brenda, thank you so much for coming in. You still there, Brenda?
My honor.
Oh, okay. Thank you very, very much, and thank all of you very much.